Almighty God, we the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances, law, and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today, those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect, and kindness, in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open, and I remind all councillors of your obligations to declare prescribed and/or declarable conflicts of interest where relevant, and the requirement of such to remove yourself from the council chamber for debate and voting where applicable. Are there any apologies? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I note that Councillor Johnston will be absent from today's meeting and move that she be granted a leave of absence.
I second that.
Councillor Griffiths. Any further apologies? It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Griffiths that Councillor Johnston be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Confirmation of minutes, please.
Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,729 ordinary meeting of Council and the 4,030 post-election meeting of Council held on the 28th of November 2023 and 9th of April 2024 respectively be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Second.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that the minutes of the 4,729th ordinary meeting of Council and the 4,730th post-election meeting of Council held on the 28th of November 2023 and 9th of April 2024 respectively be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Parry. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, on 16th of March, Brisbane residents made it clear they wanted to keep Brisbane moving. Can you please update the Chamber on your priorities as the Lord Mayor for the next 4 years?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Councillor Parry, for the question. And thank you, well, not thank you, but congratulations on your re-election in this place as well. One of many fantastic outcomes in the local government election. Well, a little over a month ago, as we all know, Brisbane residents went to the polls and they were presented with two very different choices when it comes to their voting options. Not three choices, but two very different choices. And that was a continuation of a strong, stable and experienced LNP Schrinner Council administration or a Labor-Green coalition of chaos. And they were very two different approaches that were put forward as well. One was about keeping the progress of Brisbane moving, keeping Brisbane moving when it comes to infrastructure upgrades and providing housing and providing facilities for a growing community, or turning back the clock, turning back the direction of our city with retrograde policies, retrograde steps. And in fact, a group of councillors and candidates that are obsessed with using council as a platform for protest, council as a platform for dividing our community based on things like class warfare and identity politics, based on things like race, gender identity. These are things that divide our community, and our approach has always been to unite. our approach has always been to keep Brisbane moving forward. Well, people voted and they chose the approach that keeps Brisbane moving. The approach that was tried and tested, the approach that has delivered incredible progress over many years, and the approach that sees us working hard to invest in the things that matter for our community. Those things like upgrading roads to get people home sooner and safer, delivering great mass transit options like the Turn Up and Go Brisbane Metro or new city cats and ferries, delivering sustainable transport infrastructure like our new bridges. These are the things that people expect in a growing city. They also expect for us to keep growing our lifestyle as well, and that is exactly what we've been focused on, whether it's new precincts like Howard Smith Wharves and West Village, whether it's new precincts like Victoria Park that we are absolutely committed to. These are things that we know make a real difference, together with all those suburban investments that we make. We recently opened the Everton Park Library, and what a fantastic suburban investment, right in fact close to one of the boundaries of the city, but it's just as important for us as every other part of the city. We also want to focus on making sure our community is safe. Now, we don't control all of the levers, and we're certainly not arguing for defunding of the police or people to break and enter into homes, but we are fighting back with things like improved lighting and improved CCTV cameras as well. And these are something that we believe our community supports and will continue to invest in. We're going to do all of these things as well by keeping the budget balanced and relieving pressure on rates and rents. And so we went to the community with that clear agenda and those clear priorities, and surprise, surprise, they are the priorities that we are going to take going forward, and particularly we're going to take them when it comes to the budget, and work has commenced now in framing that budget and building that budget to make sure that we can do those things while relieving the pressure on rates and rents and keeping rates as low as possible, and particularly maintaining the lowest residential rates in South East Queensland. These are important things, and these are particularly important things for a growing city. Now, it's interesting. This year marks 100 years since the state government of Queensland created the Greater Brisbane Council. It was a creation of the state. And back then, 100 years ago, are you about to sit me down? I'm running out of time? No. Back then, no, I've got time. You were giving me the look, Madam Chair. Back then, 100 years ago, when the Greater Brisbane Council was formed with the amalgamation of 20 councils, the priorities of the very first Lord Mayor of Brisbane, William Jolly, who was in fact not a Labor guy, but a Conservative, was that he wanted to build infrastructure, and he had a long-term plan for the city. He wanted to protect green space and in fact advocated for the protection of Mount Cootha, and particularly wanted to build new bridges and identified a plan for new bridges in the city and deal with a growing population. And so many of these priorities are the same 100 years later because we are still growing, and we still need to build bridges, and we still need to protect green space, and we still need to cater for that growing population. And so we continue on in the footsteps of William Jolly to invest in those things that make a difference, not because they are ideological left or right,
Lord
but because
Mayor,
we
your
believe
time
in
has
them
expired.
and they're practical.
Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, you and your Finance Chair were caught fibbing about council staff not being sacked last year as a result of your $400 million budget cuts. We've now found out that more council staff will have their contracts terminated and sent packing very shortly. Dozens of council staff have been told they need to start looking for work, including in ward offices, because they are the only jobs council is recruiting for at the moment. So, Lord Mayor, was telling council staff that their jobs were safe just something you said before the election, knowing full well you would start sacking after the election?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, look, there's only one person that's been fibbing about this, and it is the Leader of the Opposition. The reality is he's come in time and time again and made false claims. Now, we were very clear about setting the expectations about how we would find some sensible savings to keep the budget balanced and keep the pressure down on rates and rents. And what we said was that no permanent staff of council will be impacted. Councillor Cassidy's referred to contracts being cancelled. Do permanent staff have contracts? No, they don't. So I will simply say, once again, misleading people about what is going on here. We said very clearly that there would be impacts when it comes to contractors. We said there would be impacts when it comes to consultancies. We said there would be impacts on the non-permanent part of the workforce so that we can keep rates down and relieve the pressure. But our permanent employees, we have kept our word to them, and we have consistently said that, and we mean it. And so, Councillor Cassidy, please stop misleading people as to what is going on here. And look, we know that during the election, when the Lord Mayoral candidates were asked, what's more important, services or keeping rates down? The Labor Lord Mayoral candidate said services. Services. Thereby confirming that keeping rates down is not important at all for Labor, which is why when they were in office, rates increased by 6% or more 4 years, 4 individual years. And these were times when inflation was much lower. So it wasn't as though inflation was 5 or 6%. Inflation was just 1 or 2% in those years, yet rates increased by 6% or more 4 times. And so, look, our priorities are very clear. We will protect and continue to support our permanent employees as we promised we would, but we will also continue to protect and support the ratepayers of Brisbane.
Councillor Cassidy, I'll ask you not to call out while the Lord Mayor is answering your question. Lord Mayor. Further questions? Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Finance and City Governance Committee, Councillor Cunningham. Councillor Cunningham, at last month's election, Brisbane residents made it clear that they wanted a council that would take the pressure off household rates and rents. Are you aware of any alternative plans that were presented for Brisbane?
Councillor Cunningham.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Councillor Huang for the question. When it comes, Madam Chair, to the policies put forward at the election by the 3 parties, the differences, in my opinion, could not have been more clear. With Team Schrinner, we had the sensible and the experienced approach, with targeted and affordable investments in building better roads and improving public transport to keep Brisbane moving. Then you had the approach of the Green-Labor coalition of chaos. Both the Greens and Labor racked up billions of dollars in unfunded promises, many of which would see council ratepayers sending money down to George Street to prop up the bottom line of the state government. Labor's policy platform was one of the laziest and most bereft of ideas that we have seen from a party seeking to win administration. Because when you review their so-called policies in detail, you see it's not about ideas or doing things differently, it's about spending more money and hoping that this is going to address the challenges that our city faces. Double spending on this, triple spending on that. They believe that spending money is an outcome and an achievement in itself. Whether it solves the problem or not, let's just spend more. Then, of course, you had the desperate half-price fares policy, a failed attempt to buy votes from Brisbane bus commuters by selling out ratepayers to the state government each and every year. To top it off, you then had their bizarre announcement that they would spend $1 billion on mystery road infrastructure projects in the next year alone. That's a $744 million black hole in one sentence. Yet they did this while at the same time declaring that building more roads is actually not the answer. Anyway, it all amounted to at least $1.5 billion of new spending this term based on their own figures and ignoring several policies which they didn't even bother costing. So the real total would have been significantly higher. Now, Madam Chair, the Greens platform did have some new ideas, so I'll give them that. But they were bad ideas, and they were ideas which have been rejected by mainstream Brisbane. They were ideas that were entirely unworkable, based on false premises, like thinking that council has a blank cheque on infrastructure charges, even though they're capped by the state, and despite their opposition to many proposed developments. We know the Greens will say and promise anything, literally promise anything, regardless of whether or not it's a local, a state or a federal issue, and certainly regardless of how much it could cost. During the campaign, the Greens didn't want to have policy costings independently reviewed and audited, but perhaps, Madam Chair, this is something you could relate to, we could have found a Year 6 student fresh from a civics lesson to offer them a tune-up on what responsibilities are from each level of government. They don't care about that, and I'm certain they'll be trotting out many of the policies, their failed policies, in their state campaign. One thing that you often hear us say, Madam Chair, is that local governments levy just 3% of taxation in Australia. The state and federal government levy 97%. But despite this, according to the Greens and Labor, there is no issue that's off limits when it comes to spending hundreds of millions of dollars of residents' money. All up, the Labor and Greens spending promises totalled $3.5 billion, and it would have driven up council spending by at least 20%. This, Madam Chair, would have been disastrous for our city and disastrous for residents who were trying to keep their heads above water during a cost of living crisis. Because people struggling to pay their bills aren't all that interested in unleashing a so-called radical potential of local government. We instead, on this side of the chamber, Madam Chair, Team Schrinner is focused on the right responsibilities and what
Councillor
people should
Cunningham,
expect.
your time has expired. Are there any further questions? Councillor Collier.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Brisbane's housing crisis is getting worse. Purchase prices are continuing to break records, and the cost and availability of rentals is forcing more people to sleep rough, including families with children. Since you launched your housing and homelessness strategy in March 2023, nothing's changed, and in fact things have gotten a lot worse. Given you didn't even want to develop a strategy—
Councillor Collier, can you please be direct and succinct and ask the question? You have 2 minutes and please be succinct.
We're going 40 seconds.
Since you launched your housing and homelessness strategy in March 2023, nothing's changed, and in fact things have gotten worse. Given you didn't even want to develop a strategy in the first place, isn't it time you started taking some responsibility and addressed this housing crisis?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Councillor Collier's come in here all bold, considering that she lost more votes than any other Labor councillor, and in fact the people in her ward voted for me as Lord Mayor, and they voted for the LNP candidate in her ward in their first preference votes, way above what they voted for Labor. So congratulations, Councillor Collier. You've presided over a massive reduction in the Labor vote. Continue to do what you're doing, Councillor Collier, and opposing our sensible policies to improve housing supply. Continue to oppose new homes being built, and then complain that the housing crisis is getting worse, because that is exactly what Labor and the Greens do. The reality is there is only one level of government that is actually doing anything productive when it comes to providing more housing supply, and it is the councils. It is the councils. Meanwhile, the Labor Party at the state level are busy driving up the cost of construction with their best practice CFMEU tax, which is making so many housing projects unviable, and they are busy pulling the legs out of local government by putting more and more responsibilities onto them without any funding to match. They are also busy making sure that they continue to oppose new developments as local Labor MPs as well. And so there is only one side of politics here that has any real plans and any plans that will make a difference in the housing crisis, and it is the LNP side of politics. We know Labor and the Greens will continue to oppose new homes being built. They will continue to make big promises to people like renters that they can't keep, but in reality, their actions in themselves actually making the problem worse. They continue to oppose development, they continue to play politics with this issue, and then they continue to support the CFMEU driving up the cost of construction and making more housing projects unviable. So, Councillor Collier, the best thing that you can do to support more homes being provided is to support our housing action plan, and also call on your Labor colleagues to bring the CFMEU into line, to stop them taxing new homes more with their so-called best practice rates of pay, which means that we're seeing more and more housing projects become unviable. Now, there could be thousands of new homes being built if it wasn't for the impact of the Labor unions like the CFMEU. They are thinking they're very clever in getting paid a fortune to do their jobs, but guess what? As a result of that, the jobs are drying up. No one's building anything because of them, and that is really, really disappointing. So, Councillor Collier, it's disappointing you're continuing to play politics with the important issue of housing. It's disappointing that you have not learnt anything from the election result, particularly in your own ward, but as I said, unfortunately, look, I can't control what lessons that you learn out of the election. It seems that you've learnt nothing.
Any further questions?
Point of order,
Councillor
Chair.
Atwood. What's your point of order?
Chair, I move a suspension in standing orders so that I can move an urgency motion.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Collier to suspend standing orders and seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Can you please explain your suspension?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Well, just now we've heard from the Lord Mayor that the LNP have no plan to help people get out of housing insecurity, but today we have the opportunity to take some steps in the right direction, and we all know that Council has an important role to play when it comes to unlocking housing supply in Brisbane. But just now, yet again, the Lord Mayor has confirmed that he's unwilling and thinks that he's unable to do...
Councillor Collier, you suspending orders, you have to explain why you couldn't have a motion on the program yesterday.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair.
Not debate.
Yeah, so just now...
So what was the reason? Go ahead. Councillor Collier.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. So just now, we've just heard from the Lord Mayor that he is unwilling and unable to take action because of the political pressure that he is under.
Point of order. Claim to be misrepresented.
I note your point of order. Councillor Collier, you've established it's because the Lord Mayor has raised something now, so we'll move to the vote.
Point of misrepresentation?
Sorry, Lord Mayor, yeah.
I certainly did not claim that I was unwilling to do anything. I was claiming that we were the only people doing anything.
Okay. All those in favour say aye. Thank you, Lord Mayor. All those in favour say aye of suspending order? Aye. If those in favour say aye. Those in favour say no? No. The motion has not been carried. Are there any further questions? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Community and the Arts Committee, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, the Shrinner Council's $2 summer dips program saw thousands of Brisbane residents cool down across our 22 pools. Can you please update the Chamber on some of the good news stories that have come from this program?
Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank Councillor Atwood, my Deputy Chair, for the question. Households have been tightening their budgets with cost of living pressures, continuing to put the pressure on families across... Excuse me, Madam Chair, but there's noise on to the right of me that is very distracting.
Can I just remind all councillors to please not be speaking out loud. If you have conversations that you want to have, please take them outside. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Households have been tightening their budgets with cost of living pressures continuing to put pressure on families across Brisbane. But that shouldn't mean that families have to stop enjoying our beautiful Brisbane lifestyle. And that's why our Shrinner Council stepped up to do what we can to help. $2 summer dips was just one of the many cost of living measures we delivered. We know how keeping young kids active and entertained can be challenging and costly, particularly during summer holidays. The $2 summer dips was a simple and effective way that we could help reduce residents' costs and provide affordable fun for people of all ages. And I'm proud to report that it saved residents almost $2 million over summer, with a record number of residents taking to their local pools. Under the $2 Summer Dips initiative, an adult pool entry fee at Council's 22 pools was reduced from up to $6.40 to just $2. The cost of taking a family of 4 decreased from up to $20.15 to just $8. That means that a family who goes to their local pool 6 times throughout summer saves $72.90. The response to our $2 Summer Dips initiative has been simply incredible, and I am so pleased so many people have been able to make the most of it. To give you an idea of just how popular our $2 Summer Dips initiative was, pool patronage jumped from approximately 141,000 in December 2022 to almost 290,000 in December 2023, a 104% increase. During the first 3 weeks of January, pool patronage jumped from approximately 146,000 in 2023 to more than 191,000 in 2024, a 31% increase. And that was despite all the wet weather we had over the last half of summer. Of course, the $2 Summer Dips was just one key part of the Shrinner Council's $80 million cost of living package that we delivered last year, including maintaining the cheapest rates in South East Queensland, along with on-time payment discounts and generous rebates for pensioners, slashing the annual green waste recycling bin fee from $93 to $45, which is less than $1 a week, continuing to provide free off-peak travel for seniors, and our new 24/7 library lockers to make it easier to borrow books and other items for free. All of these initiatives are about making Brisbane even better. Rising living costs are the #1 issue right now, and that's why we stepped up to help families with the $2 summer dips. We've heard from so many residents about how much of an impact this program made on them and their families. And here are just a couple of examples. Amy from Maruka said, "My family and I would like to extend our sincere thank you to providing a summer of $2 pool entry. We had a wonderful holiday and visited the pool nearly every day, sometimes twice a day. Thank you for another incentive to get outdoors, exercise and enjoy Brisbane." Aaron from Morningside said, "Thank you for sending out the pamphlets in the mail which tell me about what the Brisbane City Council has been up to. I appreciate it, and I think they're very good and contain a lot of useful information. The $2 Summer Dips program is an excellent initiative. Keep up the good work." And another resident from Sandgate said, "Thank you very sincerely for the $2 swims. I go to Sandgate Pool and the low price has meant I can go 3 times a week as recommended by my doctor. I can say without exaggeration that it has changed my life. Thank you again." It was wonderful to hear about just how impactful $2 Summer Dips has been, and that's why I was proud to join the Lord Mayor in announcing the $2 Summer Dips will be back again next summer. Families can rest assured that we've got their backs when it comes to easing cost of living pressures. $2 Summer Dips is just one of lots of programs that we have on offer so that families and residents of all ages have access to free and low-cost activities. In addition to all of what I've just said, we have more than 2,100 parks across Brisbane with award-winning playgrounds, barbecues and gardens.
Councillor Howard, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Councillor Allen, Chair of Planning and Suburban Renewal. It is now nearly 6 months since the LNP administration created temporary local planning instrument Kurilpa was copied, pasted, and then adopted by the LNP state government. The TLPI was stated in this chamber, and I quote, as the first test case in creating a model that can be replicated for precinct planning across the city, for urban and suburban renewal projects, ... to unlock housing and supply pipelines in an agile and targeted way. Nearly 6 months later, only one development application has been submitted within the TLPI, and this was deemed by the planning department, council's planning department, as inconsistent with the purpose of the TLPI, which is to increase housing supply affordability and diversity. With no housing supply and the pipelines unlocked within 6 months, and it's looking more and more unlikely in the future, will you now admit that the Kurilpa TLPI that you facilitated and prepared has failed the test and is a dud?
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Councillor Massey for the question, who unfortunately she has directed to the wrong chair. So what I would suggest is that when she gets a moment, she takes the opportunity to direct it to the correct chair, which is Councillor Adams, as this is an inner-city project. Thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Parry.
Point of order.
Councillor Massey, what's your point of order?
My point of order is the fact that it is in multiple departments within the planning and city plan, and it does affect the city plan, which Councillor Anna oversees.
You're debating, and that's not a point of order. You've asked your question. Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Transport Committee.
Point of order, Chair. Just to,
Councillor Cassidy.
Seeking a ruling. I thought on the meeting's local law that the Chair was required to provide an answer. I didn't hear all of the question that Councillor Massey asked, but I certainly heard the last bit of the question, which was about development applications made in that area. I presume that's what this chair oversees. He has to answer the question, surely.
Councillor Allen gave an answer. Councillor Parry. Councillor Massey.
Point of order. As I said in the question, the development applications that are overseen for that area within the Chair Allen's department, the question was directed to him.
Councillor Allen has answered your question. He's given you his answer. Thank you. Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Transport Committee, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Murphy, last month we committed to improving public transport as part of our plan to keep Brisbane moving. Can you please update the chamber on the latest milestone in the Brisbane Metro project?
Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Councillor Parry for the question. I'm very much looking forward to working with Councillor Parry in her new role as Deputy Chair of the Transport Committee. And I know as a Northside councillor, she is particularly excited about our plans for a future Brisbane Metro depot on the north side. But of course, our focus at the moment, Chair, is delivery of Stage 1 of Brisbane Metro. Services on Brisbane Metro will be commencing later this year, and over the next 9 months, we will start to see all of the project elements come together. This includes the upgrades we're delivering at some of Brisbane's busiest bus stations, and this morning the Lord Mayor and I were out with Councillor Wolfe at the University of Queensland St Lucia campus to officially open the new UQ Lakes station. It's a really big milestone for the project, Chair. It's the first station on Brisbane Metro construction that is now fully complete. There are now more than 3 million bus trips to and from the UQ campus each and every year, which makes it the biggest trip generator in our city outside the CBD. So it's absolutely crucial that the UQ Lake station operates efficiently and can cater for future growth. Since August 2022, we've been working to upgrade the station to massively increase its capacity and to install flash chargers for our Metro vehicles. We've increased the number of platforms there from 2 to 3, which means that Metro services and the station will have the capacity to move an additional 40,000 passengers each and every day. As part of this upgrade, we've also improved the active transport connections through to the Eleanor Chanel Bridge, the first green bridge that this administration opened back in 2006. And what makes UQ Lakes unique, Chair, is the charging infrastructure. This station will become the end of Metro Line 2, replacing Route 66, which means we needed to install end-of-trip chargers for all of our Brisbane Metro electric vehicles. The supporting infrastructure is located across the river at Dutton Park, so it was a very impressive engineering that was needed to run the electrical cables through the Eleanor Chanel Bridge and into the station. The design also means that the UQ Lakes station is the only station in the network that will feature at-platform charging. We have installed 3 flash chargers at the station, and 2 of them sit directly over platform 1, where passengers will get on our Metro vehicles. We now have 15 of these vehicles here in Brisbane, and until Metro services commence, platform 1A at UQ Lakes will become a dedicated testing stop, so students and staff at UQ will see our Metros rolling up to the station on a regular basis as they complete testing. They just won't be able to get on. Further down the river, we've also reached another project milestone with the opening of the second platform at the Cultural Centre station. This is the busiest busway station in the network and a critical transfer point between northbound and southbound services. It's at the heart of our bus network, Chair, but this is a station that has been loved to death, and so as part of Brisbane Metro, we are showing it some much needed love in return. The station is at capacity, so we are modernising and expanding the station to improve travel time and reliability for passengers travelling through the precinct. Our investment in this station will ensure that it can cater for Brisbane Metro services when they commence later this year, but also for future population growth. The works have lengthened the existing platform 1 and 2 to make room for our Metros, and we're also adding a third platform to increase capacity and improve reliability, particularly for West End bound services. I'm also very proud that we aren't only improving public transport outcomes at this location. There are wider footpaths, there are new cycling and scooter connections, there's additional pedestrian crossings. The new platform areas have a lot more seating, they're a lot more open and accessible from both sides, which makes it easier to move into and out of the station and connect into QPAC and the art galleries. We're also planting trees and arbours to keep the area cool and green, and I'm very proud that the final design of the Cultural Centre station will see public realm space increase by more than 150%. Isn't that a great outcome, councillors? So when you board your bus or transfer at the Cultural Centre, it won't just be more efficient, Madam Chair, but it will be a lot more pleasant an experience as well. Madam Chair, during the election, those opposite promised to cut Brisbane Metro. They promised to cut the biggest ever investment that this city has made in public transport. But the people of Brisbane utterly rejected that proposal. Brisbane residents now cannot wait to get on Brisbane Metro services. They cannot wait for Brisbane Metro to be expanded to the north, expanded to the east, expanded to the airport. And they know that the only people that can deliver that future is the Shrinner Council. We are the only people that can keep Brisbane moving, Madam Chair.
Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor, and I'd like to read the Lord Mayor a quote. "It's clear that the Games have become more about overpriced stadiums rather than the promise of vital transport solutions." The Lord Mayor said that last year. Lord Mayor, a position you maintained up until the day before the election. Then the day after the election, you became the #1 cheerleader for a $3.4 billion stadium at Victoria Park. Is this another case of saying one thing the day before the election and another thing the day after the election?
Lord Mayor.
Well, Madam Chair, I can only assume that Councillor Cassidy must fully support the destruction of bushland, koala bushland, at Nathan for QSAC or the QE2 stadium. I can only assume that that's what he means, because isn't it interesting? Councillor Cassidy's contribution and the Labor Party's contribution on Victoria Park during the campaign was to cancel the project and defund it. They didn't want any of that great parkland investment going ahead, and now he's trying to position himself as the saviour of Victoria Park. Well, Councillor Cassidy, what you're saving it from is investment to create an amazing asset for the people of Brisbane. Through Council today, later on in one of the E&C reports, we're bringing through our conservation management plan for Victoria Park. And And that doesn't include a stadium. Exactly right. It doesn't include a stadium, and our proposal has never included a stadium. And it's interesting, you know, Councillor Cassidy's talking about saying one thing in the past and saying a different thing now. Well, I remember, you know, that one of the people that spoke up quite recently about this was former Lord Mayor Jim Sooley, who was Jared Cassidy's mentor and Tracy Price's mentor. In fact, Tracy Price was Jim Sooley's hand-picked candidate. Now, what did Jim Sooley do when it came to Victoria Park? He built a motorway through it. He built a motorway through it. And all of these former Lord Mayors that are commenting, they were quite happy to see Victoria Park fully commercialised as a golf course, fully commercialised, used for the exclusive advantage of a few golfers rather than the general public. And so there is only one Lord Mayor in Brisbane's history that has actually decommercialised the park and opened it up for everyone's advantage. That is our plan. That was our plan before the election. That is our plan now. We will absolutely continue investing in Victoria Park to make it a wonderful asset for the City of Brisbane. I can only assume that Labor's plan is to support the destruction of koala bushland with the appalling solution that's been put forward at Cusack. Like, this will be a worldwide embarrassment for our city. This will be a worldwide embarrassment if we go ahead. Actually,
Councillor Cassidy, please remain quiet while the Lord Mayor is answering your question.
Councillor Cassidy is interjecting, and he's actually thinking about the other Lord Mayoral candidate, because the other person who supported Cusack was none other than the Greens candidate, Jonathan Shree. And he said, and I quote, the Greens' preference is that we would prefer to use existing infrastructure, and obviously the most available site is the Nathan campus. That was Jonathan Shree Ranganathan, or whatever he wants to be called now. The reality is, we are the protectors of Victoria Park. We are the only people that have a plan for Victoria Park. And we will continue to invest in Victoria Park, not for the benefit of just some golfers, but for everyone that wants to use it. And we want it to be a great public asset going forward. And, you know, unlike other mayors, we won't build motorways through that park. We won't build motorways. And so, once again, Councillor Cassidy, who wants to defund Victoria Park, who wants to tear any funding out of Victoria Park, who wants to stop the Victoria Park vision from happening, is now trying to reposition himself and remake himself as some kind of champion of Victoria Park. Look, honestly, he's even lucky. He's even lucky that he is still the leader of the opposition after the performance that he's delivered over the past 4 years, and now he's trying to remake himself as the saviour of a park that just a few weeks ago he wanted to defund.
Just remind all councillors that it is inappropriate to call out across the chamber. Further questions? Councillor Wolf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee, Councillor Allen. Councillor Allen, the Greens-Labor coalition of chaos have opposed more homes than have been created, and their constant attacks on landlords work against the same people they're trying to help. Can you please update the chamber on what the Shrinner Council will do over the next 4 years to increase Brisbane's housing supply?
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to thank Councillor Wolf for the question. The simple answer is we will continue to look at every opportunity and lever available to us to help continue the pipeline of latent housing supply. But we will also look at how we can assist in converting this supply into product. Madam Chair, what we won't be doing is drawing on the nonsense the Greens-Labor coalition of chaos promised during the election. The policy ideas released by both Labor and the Greens were underwhelming at best. And Madam Chair, The Brisbane residents clearly saw through the false narrative and untruths peddled through the campaign. The Greens' approach was to propose taxes on anyone that would be able to bring on supply, especially within the rental market. If you had an Airbnb, they were going to tax you. If you have an investment property, they were going to tax you. If your property was vacant, they were going to tax you. And if you build houses, they were going to tax you. Market research has shown that property investors are exiting the market rapidly in Brisbane. The motivations for investors selling include governments increasing or threaten to increase taxes and levies, changing tenancy legislation, the threat of rental freezes and rising interest rates, and ownership costs. And while these properties are being bought by existing homeowners moving to another location or first home buyers, it ultimately is removing supply from the rental market. So it baffles me why the Greens would support any proposal that reduces rental supply. Madam Chair, we will wait and see if the new Greens councillor will support delivery of housing supply in this chamber, or whether she will continue to follow her colleagues and add to the 30,000 new dwellings already voted against. Labor's housing platform...
Point of order, Madam Chair. It is increasingly difficult for me to hear Councillor Allen give his response when those to the right of me keep talking rather loudly. I think you've already reminded them to go outside.
I have, and I do ask you, we can hear you you're very loud. Please, if you are going to have a private conversation, take it outside. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Labor's housing platform was nothing more than a cut and paste job from our housing strategy released last year. They do say plagiarism is the seriousest form of flattery. In recent weeks, industry groups such as UDIA, the Master Builders and the Property Council have been calling on the state Labor government to do more so supply does not dry up. UDIA revealed that there has been a 96% rise in construction costs compared with 2019 and a 73% increase in the time taken to complete a project. Master Builders Australia revealed the state's big build pipeline was making high-rise residential projects economically unviable due to a lack of workers, increased costs and supply constraints. This comes as new figures from Build Skills Australia found the industry needs to attract an extra 90,000 tradespeople nationally in the next 3 months for the federal government to meet its target of 1.2 million new homes by 2029. And finally, the Property Council highlighted that the regulatory and taxation settings are obstructing new supply to market and suggested abandoning prohibitive foreign investor taxes to help attract developers and investors back to Brisbane. So instead of pointing fingers in this chamber, what I would prefer is that Councillor Collier and her colleagues march down George Street and advocate to her state colleagues to pull every lever they have to assist with housing supply. They can start with addressing rising construction costs, shortage of workers and the financial and tax barriers. Meanwhile, we will get on and do what we can to facilitate more supply and encourage more homes to be built. We know we have a significant pipeline of latent housing supply, in fact, over 9 years available. However, we have to incentivise builders and developers to produce that product. In 2023 alone, our Development Services team approved over 3,600 applications for 7,500 dwellings. This supply is further achieved through continually reviewing our planning framework, giving consideration to precinct planning, urban renewal, neighbourhood plans or planning scheme opportunities. Not only are we facilitating supply, but our team has also implemented new incentives to help convert supply to product on the ground. This includes our build to rent and housing supply incentives, and already there has been significant interest from the industry on both incentives. Madam Chair, the Shrinner Council will continue to implement opportunities identified in Brisbane's Sustainable Growth Strategy to help guide Council's actions in responding to the current housing challenges and ensure Brisbane continues to be a great place to live, work and relax.
Councillors, now ends question time. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee recommendations.
Madam Chair, I move that the report of the recommendations of the Establishment and Coordination Committee during the summer recess 2023-24 on matters usually considered by that committee be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by Councillor Adams that the report of the recommendations of the Establishment and Coordination Committee during the summer recess 2023-24 on matters usually considered by that committee be adopted. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last night, the Victoria Bridge, the Tropical Dome and Radcliffe Place and the Story Bridge were all lit up in pink to support Global Intergenerational Week. This is an annual celebration bringing older and younger generations together across the world, working to break down generational barriers. Tonight, as well as Wednesday and Thursday nights, our assets will be lit up in red for Anzac Day. The very first Anzac Day parade actually took place in Brisbane on the 25th of April 1916, exactly 1 year after Australian and New Zealand soldiers arrived on the beaches of Gallipoli. And this year marks the 108th Anzac Day parade. And I, like all councillors, will be attending various events on the day in respect of those who have served and fought and died for the freedom that we enjoy today. On Friday night, Radcliffe Place Victoria Bridge and the Story Bridge will be lit up in yellow, blue and red for the Brisbane Comedy Festival, presented by the Brisbane Powerhouse. The festival is a month-long event showcasing over 135 different acts across 4 venues. On Saturday, our assets will be lit up in blue to support Autism Awareness Month and the AEIU Family Fun Day. These light-ups are part of a global Light It Blue campaign where organisations across the world light iconic structures to raise awareness for those who have family members with autism. Madam Chair, I would like to table the Trade Coast's annual financial statements. Trade Coast Land Pty Ltd is a council-owned company that manages the land of the former Brisbane Domestic Airport Terminal, which has now become an industrial area, a commercial and industrial area. And so I table that. It's been audited and as is required, I must present this at the first ordinary meeting available after the audit has been completed. So I do table that document. In front of us, we have 2 contracts and tendering reports, one for November and one for December last year. There are more current reports in coming E&Cs also to be considered during this meeting. But in these reports across November and December last year, 60 out of 63 contracts were awarded to local suppliers, being 95% of contracts. And for the financial year, as of December last year, 183 contracts have been awarded to local suppliers, being 88% of all contracts. And the total spend with local suppliers at that point in time was $866 million. Number of the contracts coming through in these reports were several bank stabilisation projects, the air conditioning at the Corinda Library, upgrades to the Sherwood Arboretum, next stop passenger announcements and information displays. This is something that Councillor Murphy is very passionate about, making sure that people have next stop information, not only in the Brisbane Metro vehicles, but also other buses and public transport services as well. And so anyone who has caught the Blue City Glider recently would be aware that there are passenger information displays in Blue City Gliders being rolled out so that people know the next stops and can see the route map on board the vehicle. So a good outcome. Voluntary home buyback packages are included as well, and new operating agreements for e-scooters and e-bikes are included in these contracts. I commend the contracts to the Chamber.
Any further debate? Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on these 2 items, the 2A and B contracts and tendering for November 2023 and December 2023, that's correct? Just those 2. So I'll obviously speak to these 2 concurrently today. And a lot of the contracts that were entered into during November and December last year were business as usual, covering operation costs and essential projects and services. And I repeat now, the position that we have is consistent with previous positions, and that where they are services that council need to deliver to the community to maintain a decent return on people's rates, and something that absolutely can't be done in-house at council, then we support those, of course. What we've been critical of in the past and will continue to be is a ideological position of the LNP in continuing to hollow out council's workforce and contract things out for the sake of contracting things out. I do want to touch on a couple of the important contracts in here that are provided by external providers very well, and are essential services that our council officers access and the people of Brisbane desperately need, and one of those is stormwater infrastructure cleaning. I know this is really critical. I know this firsthand, having seen properties flooded. Now, I know these contracts were entered into in November and December last year. I witnessed properties being flooded in January, early January this year, in 2024, after pretty reasonable amounts of rain, not extreme rain events, but large storms we had in January this year. Properties were being flooded, not just in Deagon, but in Sandgate and Shorncliffe as well. And as it turned out, that stormwater drains needed cleaning, needed very basic maintenance in terms of cleaning before rain starts on the top of the drains, through to the full cleaning, jet cleaning and other cleaning as well throughout those stormwater systems that then happened after that flooding occurred. So these contracts really are quite critical, particularly for councillors and that represent areas that people live that are affected, very low-lying and affected by flooding, particularly when stormwater infrastructure is not maintained and serviced to a decent level. So these are the kinds of contracts that we want to see more of. We want to see more of these contracts coming through, more money spent on this basic service delivery here in Brisbane. And I thought it was interesting the Lord Mayor, during the answer to one of those questions before, scoffed and laughed about service delivery in council, as if to say he didn't increase rates in the last budget. Therefore, you can't increase service levels. Well, he did jack up rates, but what we're seeing is less services being delivered to people who live out in the suburbs of Brisbane. And so this contract, this $3 million contract, is clearly nowhere near enough, because this was entered into last year, and we're still seeing so much catch-up work happening in 2024, not just from the effects of the February 2022 floods. They compounded a problem of less being spent on basic service delivery in the suburbs of Brisbane, particularly when it comes to suburban drainage and stormwater drainage projects. I note in here there's as a contract for drug and alcohol testing services being renewed, and I'm not sure that we ever have had some expanded information on this one, certainly not recently, so I'd appreciate whether the Lord Mayor or a relevant chair could provide some details on to how that is applied. It's obviously something that is sensitive to council's workforce, how a policy like that and how services like drug and alcohol testing are applied in their workplaces. So just some information about the parameters of how that is applied, to which employees, which divisions, whether it's how high up the organisation that is applied as well. Would be appreciated. Within Clause B, another one I want to touch on, a contract there, which is for more than $2.5 million, which is being allocated to Mott McDonald Australia for operational readiness services for Brisbane Metro. Now, this company is well known and well regarded for their work on metro projects around the world. Metro projects that, of course, include major engineering and major infrastructure work, metro projects that are heavy rail. By their definition, a metro project, generally speaking, is a subway system that runs heavy rail, whether it's the Melbourne Metro, whether it's the Paris Metro that the Lord Mayor said the Brisbane Metro would mirror. Didn't quite work out that way. So the $2.5 million that the ratepayers...
Your time has expired.
It's only at 5 minutes, Chair.
Sorry, that is my apologies.
Oh, no worries.
Thought we were still
Thank you. So at $2.5 million, I think we do need some more transparency from council as to what this contract is actually covering now. Like, it's been entered into, and surely this work is being undertaken as we speak now. Given that this company does specialise in metro rail projects, not bus projects, what are they actually doing in terms of the bus project that we see rolled out, known as the Metro? It is very different from rail, the Metro bus project here in Brisbane. It's bus rapid transit, of course, which interacts with other smaller buses, and if the administration continues with their proposal to run these buses down Gympie Road out to the airport, they'll also interact with other vehicles as well and not in a separated system. So I certainly hope this is an exercise in trying to get this bus system established and not an exercise in trying to make this bus system appear more like a metro than it actually is, to appear more like a train than it actually is. Again, we also see increasing costs for the Metro project included here for insurance costs. We're not allowed to state what those figures are because the administration have deemed that they should be commercial in confidence, but that cost is high, and it's now a yearly cost. It's not just a one-off cost. This is now a contract that we're presumably going to see come through year on year on year now. And it was certainly not something that was disclosed to the people of Brisbane, not disclosed to councillors, that this high insurance cost for this specialised vehicle, because it's not a standard council bus, of course, is going to be entered into as well. So the Metro continues to be the gift that keeps on giving. Cost escalations, blowouts and delays galore. There's another one here as well, just be interesting to get some further information on it, and I know it'll be very topical for councillors, particularly ones who have had issues around grass cutting in their communities over the last few months. There's a contract in here, it's a specific grass cutting contract, not part of a broader package for Queensland cricket, for a couple of $1 million, I think almost $2 million. So I am just genuinely seeking some information as to what that contract is covering, given it's specifically for Queensland cricket. Are they a contractor that is doing council parks as well, using their expertise? Public, not sure there are public cricket pitches, certainly not in my area. Most of them are all leased. There are parks that have concrete pitches in them. So just some information about what that contract is going to deliver beyond what Queensland cricket do for themselves, I guess. And I don't know of any other instances where an organisation would be paid to maintain, through a contract, maintain sites that they lease. So I presume this is for external work. So just seeking some information there, Chair. But there, you know, apart from some critical contracts that I've talked about in there in terms of service delivery and things that, you know, we would in a perfect world like to see council be able to deliver as needed, like that critical maintenance on stormwater. We accept that as today. We need to engage contractors to do that, and we want to see more of that. But when you take those isolated examples out of there, we do see a whole lot of, in these and other ones that are going to come throughout the course of the afternoon, more and more critical council work that's being contracted out to external contractors, which are seeing escalating costs year after year after year, which means we don't only see the rates increases that we have under this administration, but we see reduced levels of service delivery in the suburbs of Brisbane. The Lord Mayor's tried today to create this narrative to say that he's not putting up rates and he's maintaining service levels. Well, it is in fact the opposite, and we see that before us today and in further papers that will be coming through the rest of the afternoon. So with that, I'll leave my comments there so we can move on.
Any further debate? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise to speak to item B of this report, the contracts and tendering report. And I want to just respond, I suppose, or give a bit more information around the operational readiness element, because Councillor Cassidy asked about that. So obviously we're gearing up for Metro operations to come online later this year once major construction is complete. Metro is the biggest, most complex project that this council has ever undertaken, and there are many elements that need to be carefully transitioned into our existing Transport for Brisbane operations. Now, This includes integration of new assets, so all of the new tunnel assets, station assets, the new depot that will come over, the new network that will need to be delivered, new operational network, a range of new systems, so effectively IT assets, IT projects, and there are a large subset of those that need to be integrated into not only our operations but also TransLink's operations, and then the process of handover of those various asset owners and operators both within and external to council. Mott MacDonald has been contracted to provide operational readiness advisory service to Brisbane Metro and to lead that transition from construction, completion to operation. And, you know, Councillor Cassidy had a bit of a crack at it as if Mott MacDonald was kind of stooping to be working with council on a bus rapid transit project, as if that might be beneath them because they work on rail at a massive scale. And I've got to say, Councillor Cassidy, once again, this proves how little you have learned in this place since 2017, since you've been a councillor, about how important the bus network is to Brisbane, because we know that in Brisbane, despite all we hear about Cross River Rail and how important and cool and flashy it is, and while we'll look down, Premier's down in the tunnel again, getting another photo with the tunnel boring machine. In Brisbane, 2/3 of all public transport commuters use a bus. And so this, Brisbane Metro, is the most important public transport project happening in this city right now because it matters to more people. We move 80 million passengers every year, and Brisbane Metro will provide a step change in capacity improvements. We're going from a 76 pax bus to a 170 pax bus, and we're going from sometimes 10 and 15-minute frequencies, sometimes 5, to all-day, 24/7, 5-minute frequencies, and then 10 or 15, to between 10 and 15 in the off-peak. So this is a massive uplift for Brisbane residents in their public transport network. And, you know, Councillor Cassidy and his team have now tried at 3 elections to have a crack at Brisbane Metro. In 2016, Ray Smith had a light rail plan. In 2020, Pat Condren said he would cancel Brisbane Metro. In 2024, Tracy Price said she would complete Brisbane Metro but not extend it. And every time, what is the common thing between those 3 election campaigns, do you think, councillors? All 3 of them have lost on the issue of opposing Brisbane Metro. So you think maybe Councillor Cassidy would have come in here with a fresh approach, the first council meeting back, a chance to rehash, to reset, to rethink, to get on board with the Lord Mayor and his team and Brisbane Metro thought. But what has he done? He's come in here again and said, oh, look, it's beneath Mott MacDonald to be working on this pathetic project. But I can tell you, just like Howard Smith Wharves, Madam Chair, Councillor Cassidy will be one of the first ticket holders lining up there on the day to get on Brisbane Metro, just like so many of them love to go down to Howard Smith Wharves, despite the fact that they voted against that development. And isn't it fantastic? And he'll be there, and I know what will happen, Chair. Someone will come up to him and say, gee, I think this Brisbane Metro thing that the council has done is really good. And they won't know who he is or what he's done or what he's said. And he'll go, yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it? It's pretty good. And, you know, deep down, he knows it's good, but he just cannot admit it in this chamber. And I know, Chair, he's got a job to do. He's got to come in here and attack Brisbane Metro. Look, we'll know, Councillor Cassidy, we'll know when you get on Brisbane Metro that you will be truly impressed and that you will love Brisbane Metro just as much as all of us on this side of the chamber do.
Is there any further debate? Councillor Howard.
Oh, well, thank you, Madam Chair. I was actually waiting for someone on the other side to say something, but that seems that the Leader of the Opposition is the only one that's contributing. I rise to speak about Clause B, and particularly about the grass cutting services under contract number 52822. And I just want to advise the chamber that this is the addition of the Queensland Cricket Association to the existing CPA for the grass cutting services under Category 4 for social enterprises and community organisations aligns with other social enterprise grass cutting service providers under the one CPA. So important that we understand that since 2000, Queensland Cricket has provided specialised grass cutting services for a number of council cricket fields under a Memorandum of Understanding, and the services provided by Queensland Cricket were not previously included in CPA 520822. So the MOU with Queensland Cricket expired on the 30th of June 2023, and since that expiry, the MOU Council has continued to engage Queensland Cricket for these services. It is a customised specification which is provided by Council to reflect the specialist nature of the service, and the agreed rate is the same regardless of the number of services required to maintain the fields and parks to the required standard. So, Madam Chair, a number of social enterprise suppliers currently provide general grass cutting services to Council. However, the care and preparation of cricket pitches is considered to be a specialist service and is therefore not considered to be suitable for competitive quoting with other suppliers. And Queensland Cricket has a proven track record in providing services to Council. So I hope that's clarified the situation on the grass cutting services, and we very much appreciate the work that the Queensland Cricket Association does in consultation with us, and of course for it to be a social enterprise helping community organisations is fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further debate? Lord Mayor. As there is no further debate, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Sorry, it's been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier for a division. All those councillors, ayes to my right and noes to my left. Orderly, would you please close the doors and lock the bars? Clerk, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour and 7 abstentions.
The motion is carried. The motion is carried. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee decisions.
Madam Chair, I move that the report setting out the decisions of the Establishment and Coordination Committee as Delegate of Council during the summer recess 2023-24 on matters usually considered by that committee be noted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by Councillor Adam that the report setting out the decisions of the Establishment and Coordination Committee as Delegate of the Council during the summer recess 2023-24 on matters usually considered by that committee be noted. Lord Mayor.
I thank you. 3 items in front of us here, the first of which is the Victoria Park Conservation Management Plan. Now, I hope councillors took a bit of time to read through this document, because it is quite a fascinating snapshot of the history of Victoria Park, not only during the times of the Moreton Bay settlement, but before as Barambin, and an important place for our First Nations people going back throughout the history pre-European settlement. And so, just to be clear, our plan and our vision for Victoria Park is, and it always was, to actually remove the commercialised 18-hole golf course and to open that area up for everyone in the community to use. And so a place that was essentially largely commercialised, a place that was fenced off and that general members of the public could not get into unless they turned up and paid to play golf, we have opened up to the people of Brisbane. And then we've developed a long-term plan to invest in Victoria Park to make it even more of an asset going forward. And so this is an important part of our plan, which acknowledges the rich cultural history of the site and even the more recent history as well, and talks about what's important to protect as we go forward. But one thing this Conservation Management Plan points out is that from the time we had the Greater Brisbane Council, it didn't take long before this was turned into a golf course. And in fact, it was 1930 that they decided to turn it into a golf course. So the very first Greater Brisbane Council was elected in 1925, and then it was turned into a golf course in 1930. Jolly was the president of the golf club. William Jolly was the president of the golf club. And this was a time when, you know, cities all around the world, and particularly all around Australia, were investing in public golf courses. Now, every other Lord Mayor, from William Jolly all the way through to myself, and up until myself, was quite happy to support it being a golf course. And there's actually only one administration who's had a different vision for Victoria Park, and that is this administration. And our vision is to open it up so it's a great asset for everyone. That was the vision I announced soon after becoming Lord Mayor. This is my vision today going forward and the vision of my team going forward. We want it to be a great community asset. And so for those who are trying to paint history and paint recent events in a different light, let me be clear. In the lead up to the election, when there was speculation about what might happen in Victoria Park, obviously you would always expect that the Greens would support NIMBY forces that just oppose everything. You know, there's never a plan that they actually support. They don't like the Gabba. They don't like Victoria Park. But apparently it's okay to bulldoze koala bushland in Nathan. Why? It's in the more outer suburbs. Not in the inner leafy suburbs, but in the outer suburbs. They're quite happy to see the decimation of koala habitat. But the interesting thing is the people who are gearing up to protect Victoria Park against a proposed stadium are the same people who were opposed to our plan to give the park to the people. Yeah. It was the Victoria Park Action Group, and they were opposed to our plan. So I don't know what to make of this, whether they want it to be turned back into a commercialised golf course. I don't know, but it's not clear what they want. I think they just want to oppose whatever happens in Victoria Park, and that's counterproductive, because we've got a vision that will create a great asset for the city. Now, what we see here with the review that was done, so the Premier appointed a hand-picked candidate to do a 60-day review of venues and to work out whether the Gabba rebuild was the right option or whether there should be a different option. Taking the politics out of it, in a bipartisan way, the Premier selected Graham Quirk to lead that review. He then appointed two other people to a committee, and they set to work. And they did an incredible amount of work in 60 days. Now, in the lead up to that review, a lot of people were putting forward a lot of different suggestions. And I know that there are at least two different groups that had suggested that Victoria Park should be part of the solution. Now, one of those released some images which had buildings littered all the way through the park. And, I mean, this is not something that I think the community would ever support. This is not something I would ever support. But having said that, my position was very clear that until the recommendations of the review came out, I wasn't going to speculate on what the outcome might be. And so I didn't speculate on the outcome. What I said was that we already have a plan for Victoria Park and it doesn't include a stadium. And today, we have a plan for Victoria Park and it doesn't include a stadium. That's right. If a stadium is to be built in Victoria Park, it would be at the sole discretion and be fully funded by the state government. Now, the government that's in place at the moment has said no. The government that will be in place after October, the opposition, has said no. And so it's been ruled out. But having said that, if you think about what the alternatives are, do we support the Gabba rebuild? No, we don't. And in fact, it was our actions standing up to that which stopped it from going ahead. Do we support Nathan? Well, look, if the state government wants to go ahead with that C-grade option, then we're not going to stand in their way. We'll help facilitate it through providing some transport suggestions to them. But I don't think anyone thinks it's a good outcome. I don't think anyone thinks that spending $1.6 billion on essentially a temporary facility which has no lasting legacy, and then having to add probably another $500 million to improve public transport. So we're getting up over $2 billion. And then when you think about the $1 billion that's going to be spent on just keeping the Gabba going until 2032, you are looking at now over $3 billion that is going to be invested for pretty much no legacy outcome, no lasting benefit for the community. And so those options, I think, are not good options. Does that mean that I want to insist that there be a stadium built in Victoria Park? No, it doesn't. I'm simply saying there's got to be a better option here, and it's also disappointing that the government handpicked someone to lead their review, and then even before the review was finished, started to undermine that review and do their own third review. And so this is really a disappointing process, but I state again, our position is this: we have a plan for Victoria Park and we are proceeding with that plan for Victoria Park. Any decision on stadiums and venues will be made by other levels of government, and it would be their decision to go ahead and their decision to fund it as well. But we will continue progressing with our plan for Victoria Park. So much so that we are actually in the process right at the moment of working with the federal government and the state government as part of the SCQ Livability Fund through the South East Queensland City deal to invest in Victoria Park. So we are proceeding with our plans for Victoria Park. And that is something that we're doing right now. In fact, we had great discussions just yesterday on Victoria Park with the project team. And so we're moving ahead with our plans for Victoria Park. This is an important part of that. And right now, there's actually an urban pump track being built in Victoria Park, together with a range of investments that we've made. And so our vision for Victoria Park remains unchanged. And while other levels of government have to make decisions on stadiums, we'll continue to invest in what will be a wonderful community asset going forward. Item B is the Memorandum of Understanding for the donation of books to Cystic Fibrosis Queensland. Council's got an ongoing arrangement with Cystic Fibrosis, where we give them books that are no longer needed or required by our libraries. This item is seeking council approval for a new 5-year agreement to continue this practice. Item C is the revised compost rebate program terms and conditions. As councillors would be aware, we've had a compost rebate scheme underway for some time.
Move for an extension. Seconded.
It has been moved for an extension of time by Councillor Adams and seconded by Councillor Dixon. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
Thank you. I'll just be very brief. We've had a compost rebate scheme for households in place which is all about obviously encouraging compost bins and worm farms in people's own homes, in their own domestic setting. And we're increasing the rebate amount from $70 to $100. And we're also introducing a new $200 rebate for households that install food waste systems in their own home. Additionally, residents will have the flexibility to claim rebates for 2 separate purchases, one from each category, further empowering households to explore various composting solutions that meet their own needs. Our compost rebate program is incredibly popular, and since the introduction of these initiatives, there's been over 1,200 rebates provided, and 28% of them have been for food dehydrators and in-sink disposal units as well. Importantly, the program does not include cutting the red top bin collection, like Labor's plan. This is about making sure we reduce food waste that is going into landfill at the moment by providing a sensible way of dealing with the problem that allows residents to do so in their own home. So there's no increased collection costs, there's no trucking costs here, there's no need to cut the red top bin. They can reduce waste in their own homes, and a lot of people are taking up this opportunity to do so, and we'll continue not only to do this, but also to expand our green waste recycling program, which is very popular and continuing to roll out to more households, because we want to make sure we increase the recycling of different commodities, whether it's the recycling in the yellow top bin or whether it's the recycling in the green top bin, and we want to reduce waste to landfill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any debate? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I just ask that each of these items at the outset be taken seriatim for voting, please, individually, each of them.
So items A, B and C be taken?
All separately, yeah. I'll start with clause A, getting quite confused now about the Lord Mayor's position on a stadium at Victoria Park. Yeah, so he's back to square one now, and I suspect over the last week or two, David Crisafulli put the leash on and said, you better just wind this rhetoric back in about supporting a stadium at Victoria Park. Because what we've seen, and I never thought I would ever have said this in the past. I agree with some of the things that Campbell Newman's been saying about David Crisafulli lately and about his announced review. Now, we just heard some strong rebukes from the Lord Mayor about the state government's Olympic review. I'm interested to hear what his position is on David Crisafulli's proposed Olympic review, which will include the Victoria Park Stadium as an option. We've heard a lot from Lord Mayor Schrinner's mentor Campbell Newman about this over the last few weeks, and his views about what kind of government David Crisafulli would lead if he was elected, and the concerns that he has about a proposed Victoria Park Stadium. So I'd be very interested to hear the Lord Mayor's views about that review, which will include a stadium for Victoria Park, because he clearly doesn't like Olympic reviews. We've heard that today, so I assume he doesn't support David Crisafulli's announced Olympic review if he was to be elected at the October state election. And we also, the amount of backflipping from this Lord Mayor about stadiums, about venues, about plans on the Olympics is staggering. And we're hearing another one firming up today in the Lord Mayor's comments about new venues. When we were here, not all the councillors who are sitting in this chamber today, Chair, were part of the briefing when John Coates was sitting up the front there in that closed briefing about the Olympics. But the commitment that was given to us as councillors in signing up for the Olympics and was supported 100% by this Lord Mayor, 100%, was that existing venues were to be used. That was the position. That was the position this Lord Mayor had for a very long time until today. Well, until just recently, I guess, post-election. And it's been firming up over the last couple of weeks in the Lord Mayor's support for new venue infrastructure, despite that quote that I said earlier that the Lord Mayor gave last year in saying that he thought there was too much of an obsession around talking of new venues. Well, now that's all he has been doing, which is now casting doubt over this entire conservation management plan before us today. The Lord Mayor's tried to do a job in sort of settling that down today and speaking as if there's not a threat to the work that has been done on this conservation management plan from a stadium going into Victoria Park. But the reality of that is that this is all now at risk. So we're being asked to vote on a conservation management plan today in these E&C documents that may not be worth the paper it's written on at all. You can't have the Lord Mayor, who is the leader of this council, who makes these decisions, who gets to go out and talk to the media and say one day he doesn't support a stadium, then the next day he does support a stadium. His actions, his decisions and his words do affect things like this. We can't be expected to come in here and support this conservation management plan, which may be entirely torn up and not followed at all. And the Lord Mayor's tried to make out as if that everyone in here, or apart from him, us on this side, support the continuation of golf. Golf is gone. We accept that. There is a debate around what should happen with Victoria Park now that it is a public green space. I think everyone in here supports that it should be a publicly accessible green space. The Lord Mayor and his team have a proposal to spend $160 million. Now, the conservation management plan goes through in great detail the heritage aspects in terms of some of the built heritage, the natural heritage. We know that the natural heritage of Victoria Park, Barambin, there's an awful lot of noise over there, Chair.
Can't hear.
I'm sure Councillor Howard will probably jump up any second now. So we know the natural heritage of Victoria Park, Barambin stretches back thousands of years, and that's been becoming more evident over recent years as we have more of an appreciation of what a special place that was for First Australians as well. So we understand and we respect and agree on that. There is certainly a debate around what the future holds. Should it be a sort of genuinely natural open space that doesn't quite cost $160 million to build over the next 10 years, where some of that money could be allocated to suburban projects? Yes, that's our position. And we know the Lord Mayor's position is that the $160 million should be built in there. I genuinely don't know what the Greens' position is on that. I'm sure Councillor Massey can speak to that. But all of that could happen in isolation, I guess, from the stadium debate, and we could have our clear positions on that and a clear position on the conservation management plan if we didn't have this flip-flopping Lord Mayor who, over the space of a month, declared that he didn't support a stadium, then he did support a stadium, and now today won't quite admit it, although says that someone might just build a stadium on top of everything that's planned, not just in the vision for Victoria Park, but also in the conservation management plan. And he's taken a step back and said, well, if someone else does that and the state government builds a stadium there, so be it, he doesn't mind. When has he ever just sat back and said he doesn't mind about things that the state and federal government does?
He's been told.
You know, I think he has 100% been told. He needs to wind that back in because he could be doing some damage to David Crisafulli, and I suspect that's a direct message that's been given to this Lord Mayor. So it is a strange situation in which well, maybe not so strange. I know he did a lot of work under Graham Quirk, this current Lord Mayor, Adrian Schrinner, but they stand alone. They stand alone as people who publicly anyway are out there supporting this $3.4 billion plus. We know that's just sort of a back-of-the-envelope calculation Graham Quirk did. I remember the last back-of-the-envelope calculation Graham Quirk did, the Metro. That's right, that was going to be $944 million. Now it's pushing $2 billion. So we know that projects that LNP mayors is more, according to Councillor Murphy, but we know the projects the LNP mayors in this place come up with do tend to blow out, and there tends to be a lot of delays on those projects as well. But they're standing alone, and it seems that publicly anyway, all parties at a state level and a federal level don't support a stadium at Victoria Park, except the Lord Mayor has been entirely silent about this review that David Crisafulli would undertake if he was elected Premier. So I suspect the deal is he's been told to stop talking about it now. That's why he's winding this rhetoric in, and particularly in the context of this conservation management plan, and they've done a secret deal. They've done a secret deal that if the LNP is elected in October, that we will see Victoria Park as a stadium that they will build. I think the Lord Mayor has just guaranteed that today by everything he has said and everything he refuses to say when it comes to this. So protecting and preserving Victoria Park, Barrambin is important to us. I acknowledge that we have a different view about how we get there. And we think that the priorities of this council, not just in this upcoming budget, but over the next couple of budgets, should be about investing in the suburbs of Brisbane and fixing some of those critical problems we have there as a higher priority at the moment than investing $160 million in Victoria Park. But we do support the preservation of Victoria Park. Where this Lord Mayor lands, next week it might be different, the week after it might be different, but I think his decisions, things that he has said, decisions he has made, has now put all of this work under risk, which makes it extremely difficult to support this conservation management plan today, because we have no idea if any of this is going to be followed, given how flippant he has been about its application. He said today he's quite happy for a stadium to be plonked right on top of it, even though it's not included in it. So that makes it extremely difficult, Chair, for councillors to support that today. Item B is the Memorandum of Understanding for the donation of books to cystic fibrosis, Queensland. We support this item and the use of donating books to be used by Cystic Fibrosis Queensland, particularly their store at Nunda. It's a fantastic organisation and a well-respected location there at Nunda.
Councillor Cassidy, your
Point of
time
order,
has
Chair.
expired.
I move for an extension.
Second.
Thank you. Councillor Collier has moved for an extension, seconded by Councillor Strunk. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, no. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. And it's a fantastic shop there at Nunda, well supported by the community and well respected in the community. So we'll support the continuation of this arrangement going forward, and not just supporting the work that CF Queensland do, but also giving the books a new life. I know there is a situation if they're not able to be used constantly and regularly in this sense that a lot of them could actually end up being dumped or recycled, you'd hope, but anything that gives them a new life as well as in the community is a good thing. Obviously, in future, these arrangements do need to be reviewed and looked at, and to make sure that it is in the best interests of all parties, best outcome for ratepayers and best outcome for community organisations seeking these resources as well. So just make that comment as well. I think these things do need to go through proper processes, but in this instance we do support this arrangement going forward for Cystic Fibrosis Queensland. Finalising my comments now on Clause C, the revised compost rebate program, the terms and conditions. So it's for us very frustrating as an organisation, for Brisbane City Council, that still can't in 2024 hit the mark when it comes to recycling food waste. We know that the LNP we've been through that and experienced that, an ideological opposition to citywide food waste reduction. They saw political point scoring, they see waste reduction through a political lens, and they've often used these small-scale programs like we see here today as a way of saying that they're actually doing something when, broadly speaking, they're not. And in this case, it turns out that's the case. So I think questions need to be raised and should be raised by administration councillors as well. If this program is working, is it hitting the mark, or are better adaptations needed? In its infancy, this program attracted more than 6,000 claims. That was in the 2020-2021 financial year, clearly a benefit of those COVID years, and particularly that first COVID year when a lot of people spent more time at home. There was a greater uptake in home-based solutions for a whole range of things, and clearly this was one of those. Those numbers dropped to just over 1,500 claims last financial year. So, I mean, you could make an argument that most people that wanted to participate did that early on, and in the last financial year it dropped to just 1,500 claims. That's out of, over 450,000 households in Brisbane. So when the LNP say, no, apparently organic recycling is bad on a citywide scale, we understand why, because their program that they're locked into has only reached less than 10,000 homes. And so, startlingly, when the LNP did look at this and said maybe we should recalibrate and look at new and innovative ways of approaching this, they landed on the darling of the 1980s, the incinerator. And introduce a rebate of, was it $200 for an incinerator, which retail a very cheap one, who knows how effective they are, for just over $400. The cheapest? The cheapest, just over $400, up to $1,400. Doesn't include the install, of course. And I think that just really, it did at the time and it continues, because it's now included here, in these terms and conditions, how out of touch this LNP administration really is. They're expecting ratepayers to fork out hundreds, if not, well, definitely thousands of dollars once these things are installed, to try and reduce food waste, when many people, instead of thinking about what food they're going to be putting down the sink, are trying to think about how they're actually just going to put food on the table at the moment. So it's a bit galling to think that after all these years, after experimenting with, you'd assume everything they could possibly think of, this LNP administration landed on incinerators as the only solution that they could come up with for people reducing waste in their homes. You can imagine as well, if there was widespread use of incinerators, we'd see water use surging across households. There are concerns that these things just transfer waste from being dumped in the ground to put into the wastewater system, and then have to overload the system in treating all that as well. So this really isn't the city-wide solution to our waste problems. It's again just tinkering around the edges. It's a small announceable that the LNP can use as another filler for the Living in Brisbane newsletter. We really do urge the administration to rethink council's approach to food waste reduction. As we talked about, there's absolutely no way that Brisbane will be a carbon neutral city at the 2032 Games when we're still dumping 100,000 tonnes of organic waste, and more than that. At the moment, it's 100,000 tonnes of organic waste into landfill. It is going to be exponentially higher by that time. You can't just tinker around the edges and introduce a $200 rebate here and a $50 or a $75 rebate there and attract mere hundreds or thousands of people in a city of millions and think you're going to address one of the most critical problems that's going to face our city for generations to come. And it's going to have to be councillors in the future that are going to have to mop up the mess that this LNP administration is leaving this city behind if we don't get serious about addressing our food waste problems here in Brisbane.
Is there any further debate? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item C, the revised terms and conditions for the compost rebate program. Now, clearly, people on this side of the chamber believe that we have a great future in the waste opportunities here, and those on the opposite side think that the FOGO is the only way to go. So it's a really interesting differentiation in our policies. So since the program began, we've had over 12,000 households become part of the program. And interesting to note that once we have opened it up to the incinerators, which the opposition have just slammed, we've actually had 28% of the rebates claimed since the expansion of this program. So that's 28% of the rebates in its entirety have been for those other programs. Composting is for everyone, and it is not exclusive to those who just have a large backyard. Recycling your food scraps and other forms of green waste is a great way to make a positive impact on the environment and something that all households can do. There are a number of amendments that have been made in the terms and conditions to boost participation in this program, and thus this is why we have seen the 28% rise. The inclusion of food waste recycling equipment such as dehydrating systems, incinerator food disposal systems as part of the eligible composting equipment from January 1, 2024 will see a rebate of up to $200. Increasing the rebate for traditional composting bins, worm farms, bokashi systems and tools such as aerators or pest waste composters has gone from $70 to $100. We are just trying to make it really easy for residents to be able to participate in their own composting programs at home. I encourage everyone to begin their own composting journey at home if you have not already begun this yourself, and these small changes can have a big impact on the environment and change our city for a better future.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further debate? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on all three items, and I'll begin with the Conservation Management Plan for Victoria Park. Look, this Conservation Management Plan is an important piece of missing documents for Barambin. What is clear from the Conservation Management Plan is the major significant historical, cultural importance of Barambin for First Nations people, undeniably. And I quote, it's from its origins, habitation, subsistence and ceremonial grounds for Aboriginal people. And what's really interesting is no one has kind of really talked at length about what's actually in the Conservation Management Plan. It's been an interesting game of political football. Look, while the document has disproportionately placed emphasis, we believe, on colonial history and those values, what is undeniable in this document is the fact that Barambin, as a cultural and historic place, has equal, if not greater value and significance to parks like New Farm Park, Mount Cootha and South Bank Parklands. And its significance, of course, is because of its history, its rarity, its aesthetics, its location, and the huge historical archaeological potential for understanding and knowledge that this park could hold. And we note that Barambin is such an important legacy. The Lord Mayor talked about it today, and the Lord Mayor himself has talked about it in the past. Talking about when you think of some of the great parklands across the globe, Central Park, New York, Hyde Park in London, when those come to mind, he talked about the fact that this is going to be one of Australia's iconic spaces. Noting that a lot of those parks have one thing in common, which is that they are for the residents and they're open for the residents, and they are not commercialised. And I know today the Lord Mayor went on this really interesting journey about going, I'm the one that's not doing anything. I don't think anyone disagrees with the fact that Barambin should be a park, and it should be public green space for the resident. No one disagrees with that. There's just multiple disagreements in this chamber about what that actually means. And intrinsically, the thing about this Conservation Management Plan is that it should have been included in June 2023 when Brisbane City Council began its consultation to lodge and endorse the application to seek a local government infrastructure designation for Victoria Park Barambin. The information was referred to constantly in that, but was missing for any residents to look at and have a say. So this was a missing document in that. We believe, along with residents, that this Conservation Management Plan should have had public consultation, noting in regard to long-term planning of Barambin, the Lord Mayor has previously stated Council will involve the community in every step of this planning process and will hold forums, public consultation, as well as engage experts to create the best design for the green space. Noting that other conservation management plans have engaged at extensive consultation processes, including the border community, such as the Queensland Cultural Centre Conservation Management Plan. And this plan is so important because it just makes it so clear why this space is special. And so today we saw a very interesting walk back from the Lord Mayor to try to speak to those voices. I'll speak, I think the Lord Mayor asked, what does Victoria Park Action Group residents want, and I'll speak to that momentarily. But what we saw is this weird walk back after very clear statements of support for a stadium. And now we know in this conservation plan how important this space is. Now we know that this is something that should not happen. There shouldn't be a commercialisation of this space. But the interesting thing, of course, is if we are to listen to the Lord Mayor's stance today and take it as fact, well, that wouldn't be true. Using the Gabba rebuild as an example, only, I think it was 6 days before on the Tuesday in Chambers, the Lord Mayor avidly supported the Gabba rebuild in this chamber before on Sunday backflipping. So, we've got history here, and history is important, as we can see through this management plan. That whatever the mayor said and whatever that was, clearly it was kind of like, look, I don't support it, but we have to think of something else, and I'm the only one that's going to make this happen in a way that is available to people. I don't think that's going to give any residents in that area any sort of respite from their worries that a stadium will be put into Brisbane. And when we talk about the Victoria Park Action Group and those residents, what do they want? They want a say in consultation to these documents in the future of Brisbane, as you have said, and as I quoted that you had said they would have. What do they want? They don't want a continued vandalisation of the park, which, to this I surprisingly agree with the Lord Mayor. Successive governments have vandalised this park over and over again by encroaching on what should have been a green space for the public for a long time, and a very special place for First Nations people. That's what they want, and what they want is not a commercialisation of it. They want this space to be green, accessible. They don't want an increase in the hard footprint. We do understand that things will happen in the park, and we hope that we'll be able to work with community through that, but this isn't some weird NIMBY thing, as the Lord Mayor is saying. This isn't something where the Victoria Park Action residents are just randomly saying no to everything. This is about the community members there asking for genuine interaction and conversation, but also asking that it just be a park that people can access and enjoy for years, if not centuries to come. Look, the Greens, we stand with community, as we always have, to ensure that the continued vandalisation of Victoria Park isn't continued by the LNP administration or the Lord Mayor in suggesting that a stadium, or even sitting on the fence about a stadium being in this space. Secondly, I speak to item B. I think it is great to see a continued relationship with Cystic Fibrosis Queensland and seeing this new 5-year MOU. This is one of those continuations that we really support, because we do see the benefit not only in the donations of the book, but for a very worthy organisation. And then speak to item C. Look, the problem with food waste, as we all know, is that when it sits in landfill, it rots and produces methane. And that is a greenhouse gas that actually is 25 times more potent at trapping heat in our atmosphere than CO2. And so while I do see that this is kind of working towards a push towards dealing with less food waste in our landfills, it's undeniable that the reach and the uptake of the rebate to date has not been high at all. I mean, 14,000 people over 4 years is a pretty low strike rate. Though I do acknowledge that it is wonderful that there are at least some sort of avenue towards composting. Obviously, this rebate program terms and conditions isn't going to deal with the problem of food waste and the fact that food waste in landfill is going to be one of the biggest challenges in our future. And I also note that, like, incinerators, like, entering through the ecosystem cause issues for aquatic life, and this is not, like, it's better than landfill, but it's totally not actually a really great idea. Look, I hope that there will be more review of the programs and how we deal with waste. You know, it's not just for the rebate, but really considering what work Brisbane City Council can do to expand its composting hubs across the city, enabling people living in apartments to also be close to composting hubs, because truly if we're going to do in-home composting systems to work with food waste, we actually have to do the work, and this is not going to be enough.
Is there any further debate? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Chair. Today I rise in support of item B and the incredible charity Cystic Fibrosis. Thanks to Councillor Toomey's advocacy for many years in this chamber, I'm confident we all know what Cystic Fibrosis Queensland does to help those suffering from this lifelong disease and why it's so important we continue to support them. And today's update to the Memorandum of Understanding will do just that. The current arrangement for disposal of withdrawn library resources is between the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust and Cystic Fibrosis Queensland. Item B is for a new 5-year Memorandum of Understanding to allow us to continue to donate books directly to the Cystic Fibrosis Queensland to replace the old Memorandum of Understanding. This new Memorandum of Understanding will streamline the administration process so that the MOU is solely between Council and Cystic Fibrosis Queensland, instead of going through the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust. This will reduce Council's administration burden whilst continuing to support Cystic Fibrosis Queensland so they can raise money to support people living with CF and selling pre-loved Council's books and other materials. As the Lord Mayor said, not only will this continue to benefit CF Queensland by securing this long-term viability of their social enterprise, but it also gives the book a new lease on life. If you haven't already had a chance to visit Cystic Fibrosis Queensland at their bookshop in Ryans Road, Nunda, I highly encourage you to do so and support the incredible work they do. You can pick up books for between $1.50 and $5, and that's a bargain, and all money goes to their great charity. So I encourage us to all get out there and to continue to support Cystic Fibrosis Queensland. Thank you.
Thank you. Point of order. Councillor Dixon. Point of order.
Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon.
Seconded.
Seconded by Councillor Givney, that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The meeting will be adjourned when all councillors have left the chamber. Before we go further, I just wanted to acknowledge some students we have from Quadsmat who are in the chamber, and we welcome you. Is there any further debate? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise to enter the debate on item A, the Victoria Park Brisbane Conservation Management Plan. Madam Chair, when our master plan for Victoria Park was adopted, there was a suite of documents prepared that either form part of the master plan or sit alongside it, including the draft LGID. Many hundreds of pages of technical reports and a new conservation management plan, which is what we're talking about today. Now, all of this work was part of a 4-year-long journey, and we worked with the community every step of the way. The Victoria Park Vision was released in December 2020, receiving 86% overall support from the community, following 2 extensive rounds of community engagement from January to July 2020. The draft master plan was released in September 2022, receiving 78% overall support from the community following 5 weeks of extensive community engagement. Feedback was overwhelmingly positive, with huge support to revitalise the park's wetlands and waterholes, increase tree canopy cover to 60% and deliver amazing new spaces like the Spring Hill Common and the urban pump track, which will be completed later this year. The master plan incorporates community feedback from the Victoria Park vision and the draft master plan, and detailed technical site investigations to bring the shared vision for the park to life. Because the CMP sits alongside the master plan, a lot of what is in this can also be found in the master plan and its various iterations, like reference to both the park's European and Aboriginal cultural heritage and the extensive engagement we have undertaken with traditional owners. This is far from the first CMP prepared for Victoria Park, but this document has been updated to reflect what the community have told us they want to see in Victoria Park through the master planning process. Council develops CMPs for heritage-listed parks to support projects like master planning, to ensure obligations relating to the planning and management of heritage places are met. The purpose of the CMP is essentially to act as a guide about the care and use of a heritage place. The state government's heritage regime and guide for conservation management planning acknowledges the importance of balancing the conservation of heritage places while also ensuring they can continue to be used and enjoyed by the community. This document is an important part of striking that balance. Whilst this is not a statutory requirement, it is best practice to prepare a CMP before undertaking improvements to a heritage place, and we know that Victoria Park has both state and local heritage significance. It outlines our policies and practices to manage the park in a way that preserves its heritage assets like the old substation building, the former clubhouse, Yorks Hollow and the mature landscape trees throughout the park. It also provides a comprehensive and fascinating account of Victoria Park's history from pre-European settlement to the present day. This alone was a huge body of work and is partly why the CMP forms a separate document from the master plan itself. It is clear from the historical research that has been undertaken to support the CMP that Victoria Park has continuously evolved throughout its long history. As outlined in the CMP, Victoria Park will continue to evolve through the delivery of the master plan, which will provide a fantastic legacy for the people of Brisbane. I commend this item to the chamber.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Davis.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on item A, the updated Conservation Management Plan for Victoria Park. Madam Chair, a Conservation Management Plan is a document that we lodge with the Department of Environment and Science, which provides some practical guidance on making sound decisions about conserving and managing state heritage places. It identifies the place's cultural heritage significance. It sets out conservation policies to protect the place in light of change, and it provides a strategy for putting these policies into action. Because, Madam Chair, heritage significance is not just related to built form or listed buildings. Under the Queensland Heritage Act, heritage places can be large or they can be small. They can be things like streetscapes or landscapes. They can be complexes of buildings or, in this instance, parks. Some places will also have intangible aspects that are integral to their heritage value, like certain traditions, events, rituals and practices. So the sum of all of this is referred to as cultural heritage significance. And the Act recognises that the physical form of heritage places can change without compromising its cultural heritage significance. A well-prepared CMP, which is one that you have before you or before us, helps to achieve this outcome. Madam Chair, we also need to be clear about what this document is not. It is not a new heritage regime for Victoria Park, and it most certainly is not about sporting venues or stadiums. Sadly, we heard some outrageous claims from Councillor Cassidy. Madam Chair, these were bordering on conspiracy theories. I am glad to hear, however, that protecting and preserving Victoria Park is important to the Labor Party and is a welcome reversal after the last Labor administration, as you've heard, built a motorway through the middle of it. But this document is a new management framework for delivering the master plan while preserving the park's existing heritage assets. As the Lord Mayor said, this in itself is a significant body of work that was undertaken concurrently with the master planning process. It's not something that we were required to do, but we did it because it's considered best practice to develop CMPs for state heritage listed assets, which Victoria Park is. We have consulted with the state government on the CMP through a heritage impact assessment, and the plan we have put forward today has received support from the state government. As well as all relevant state heritage guidelines, the new plan has been developed with reference to the Borough Charter, which is the recognised standard on preserving archaeological and cultural heritage in Australia. What this document essentially does, Madam Chair, is provide a raft of strategies, policies and procedures which preserve the heritage assets of Victoria Park so that they can be enjoyed by generations to come. At the same time, the new plan recognises that heritage places can and should continue to evolve and grow with our city. That is entirely consistent with the Borough Charter and the state government's heritage regime. It is acknowledged that continued use of a heritage place might see some change over time, and as the plan shows, Madam Chair, Victoria Park has changed continuously throughout its history. It's been used as a meeting place and fertile hunting ground for traditional custodians. During the 19th century, it saw lighter industrial uses like stock adjustment, brick making, and as an early landfill site. Approximately half of the park was once earmarked for the future site of the University of Queensland until St Lucia was chosen instead. During World War II, it was a significant military camp and depot which housed both American and Commonwealth troops for much of the war. And of course, until 2021, much of the park was used as a golf course. And it's thanks to this Lord Mayor and his decision to reimagine the park by closing the golf course and begin the master planning process so that the entire park was once again returned to the broader public for their use. And that's a really great outcome for our city, and it's not only achievable by embracing change, but mindfully of its heritage values. The heritage values of the parks can be retained and even improved while making sure that everyone can continue to enjoy and appreciate the space into the future. It's an approach we've seen throughout Brisbane with incredibly positive results. Just look at the wool stores and the old wharves at Tenerife or the New Farm Powerhouse. All of these are state heritage assets which have been unlocked and transformed so that they can continue to be enjoyed by residents and visitors alike. And that's exactly what our master plan, backed up by this new conservation management plan, seeks to do. It's projects like the Spring Hill Common and Urban Pump Track, both of which are designed to leverage the park's natural assets that perfectly illustrate our commitment to putting these principles into practice. Madam Chair, as well as planning for the future, it was also important that following the closure of the golf course, we took the opportunity to take stock of the park's condition, following many years under the management of a private lessee. There are a number of areas identified for improvement, especially to ensure the health of the native habitat throughout the park and regular maintenance of the weed species that were there. I'm pleased to say that this now has vastly improved, with 20,000 new native trees and shrubs planted around the park as we look to expand the native canopy cover from 10% to 60% of the park. Madam Chair, I can assure Councillor Massey that we have engaged with traditional custodians every step of the way through this planning process. We know that the traditional custodians were very supportive of the master plan, and this is reflected both in the final master plan and the CMP. We've done extensive engagement, not just with the traditional custodians, but with the entire community. This was a 4-year-long process. We released the Victoria Park Vision in 2020 and received 86 overall support from the community following 2 extensive rounds of community engagement. The draft master plan was released in September 2022 and received, following 5 weeks of extensive community engagement, 78% overall support for the community. In politics, we call that a landslide result. So while those across the chamber want to tie themselves in knots about whether they support world-class open spaces in our city, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, well, we do. And we're busy getting on with the job of delivering a project which will deliver huge benefits for Brisbane's lifestyle. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillors, are there any further speakers? As there are no further speakers, we'll now put item 1 to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
A division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Councillors, yes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Please lock the doors. Clerk, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour and 7 abstentions.
Thank you. The motion is carried. The motion is carried. We'll now move to item B. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. We'll now move to item C. All those in favour say aye. Aye. And those to the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
A division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerk, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 21 in favour and 5 against.
The motion is carried. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee report of the 16th of April 2024.
Madam Chair, I move the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 16th of April 2024 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by Councillor Adams that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday, 16th of April 2024 be adopted. Lord Mayor.
Madam Chair, as with any E&C item, I understand I have the ability to talk on a range of issues. So I just wanted to take this opportunity just for the avoidance of any doubt on what my position is on Victoria Park. Because everyone has a view on what they think it is. I'll tell you what it actually is. I want Victoria Park to be the best possible asset it can be for the City of Brisbane. And not just for a few local residents that live nearby, that want it as their private enclave. I want it to be the best possible asset for the City of Brisbane. A park that is of such a size and scale that people from all around Brisbane will use it. And so now people have different views on what they see as the best priority for that. Now, we know that Labor councillors are opposed to any investment in Victoria Park. They want to stop it, they want to shut down our program, and they don't want to see our vision for investing in Victoria Park delivered. So they are against our Victoria Park vision. We know that when Councillor Massey gets up and she says she knows what people want, what she means is a few people that have been in her ear that are against anyone else using the park. And in fact, they don't want anything to happen in the park. They just want it to be a nice open space so that they can walk their dog.
Point of order.
And
Point of order, Councillor Massey.
Misrepresentation.
You need to say you claim to be misrepresented.
I claim to be misrepresented.
Noted. Lord Mayor.
this is the largest new park that's accessible to the people of Brisbane that has been created in 50 years. It is not a local pocket park. It is an asset for all of Brisbane. Just in the same way that South Bank, Roma Street Parklands, Mount Cootha, and you can probably think of other examples, New Farm Park, are not just for local residents in that immediate precinct, but are for the people of Brisbane. I want Victoria Park to be loved and appreciated and valued by all people of Brisbane, and I want them to have the opportunity to use it. And so that might put me in conflict with some local residents who have a different view. And I don't mind that. This is the nature of the job that I do, that no matter what decision I make, there will always be people who have a different view. This is democracy. This is a wonderful thing about our democratic process. But I share a different view. This is not a private local park. It's for all of Brisbane. And so there are many people in this community. We've heard a counter view from Councillor Massey, who's listening to some people, but there are many people in this community who actually think it is a good idea to have a stadium in Victoria Park. And you've seen the public debate. There is significant support in the wider community for that proposal. And so when you look at the options on the table, the Gabba, rebuild at a cost of at least $2.7 billion, but as we've discovered in the review that was done recently, the real cost is closer to $3.4 billion. That is a project that no longer has my support, and it certainly doesn't have the wider community's support. I think that became very clear. It no longer has the government's support. It doesn't have the opposition's support. And interestingly, Councillor Cassidy's been very critical, but he never expressed an opinion on the Gabba once. And the Labor team, despite being asked repeatedly what their opinion on the Gabba was, didn't express an opinion once. And so I'm making my position very clear. Of the three options on the table, the Gabba, Victoria Park and Cusack, Nathan, I think it's very clear in that report that the best option is Victoria Park. But that is not my decision to make. That is the state government's decision and solely their decision. And in fact, they can compel the use of Victoria Park for anything they want it to be used for. It is their land. They own the land. And so, just back to first principles. This is an asset for our entire community. This is an asset that our entire community has a view on, and I think the views of the entire community should be taken into account. Of the three options on the table, the Victoria Park option that was put forward in that review was the most compelling. Is it the only option? Are there other options? I don't know, but that was the job of the review, and that is the option that they came up with. Ultimately, if you proceed with Nathan, you get a very poor legacy outcome, and you end up spending more than $3 billion for no outcome, for no benefit, for no lasting legacy. The Gabba rebuild, it was poorly conceived, and it was undercooked in terms of its budget. And most importantly, the impact that it would have had during construction and afterwards, not only the traffic chaos and the shutting down of an entire section of the inner east of the city, but also the relocation of a school, the closure of a school and relocation. The impacts were significant. And so, unlike the Greens, who are just opposing everything, I'm taking a very sensible approach, and I'm taking a community-led approach, but not just one section of the community. I want the best outcome for the whole of Brisbane, the best legacy outcome. But ultimately, it will not be me making this decision. It will be a state government decision, and they will do what they will do. If they want to persist with QSAC, we will work with them to facilitate that outcome. If they want to go for another option, we will work with them to facilitate that outcome. But of those three options, the most compelling case in that review was for Victoria Park. I think a large percentage of the community, if they've actually read the review, taken an interest in it, they will also hold that view as well. In the end, what's the best outcome for Brisbane as a whole? What's the best outcome for the community? What's the best legacy outcome? Is certainly not Nathan. So moving on to the items in front of us. Item A, report of the Audit Committee on the 7th of March 2024. As has been set out in the meeting minutes, the committee is responsible for reviewing and advising on Council's internal and external financial reporting, including accounting policies, the scope of the work for performance and actions of Council's internal and external auditors, and the identification, effectiveness and maintenance of controls and systems to safeguard operational risks, including its financial and physical resources. Our Audit Committee's job is to provide independent oversight of Council's internal controls, and they do this in a very rigorous and independent manner, and I thank the members of our Audit Committee for the work that they continue to do. And topics, as discussed, are set out in the minutes, including amendments to state government legislation, cyber and technology risks, and disaster recovery matters as well are covered. Item B is Council and Standing Committee meeting dates and recess periods for the remainder of 2024. This item sets out the meeting dates proposed for the remainder of the year. As was the case in the previous election year in 2020, there are 20 full council meetings scheduled after the election, in addition to the annual budget meetings. There are 8 meetings in this session leading into the budget, 6 after the winter recess, and 6 after the spring recess. In 2025, meetings will resume on the 4th of February. Items C and D are contracts and tendering reports for January 2024 and February 2024. In these reports, we've seen 11 out of 16 contracts being awarded to local suppliers. As of February, 194 contracts have been awarded to local suppliers, being 87% of all contracts, bringing the total spend with local suppliers to over $1 billion this financial year, which is a great outcome, supporting local business and supporting local jobs. The contracts include maintenance works for the William Jolly Bridge, landscaping works at the Pollara wetlands, upgrades to playgrounds in Bulimba and Cooperoo, construction of the new Goldcrest Cricket Club in Newmarket, and various voluntary home buyback packages as well.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for extension.
Seconded.
There's been moved for an extension by Councillor Adams and seconded by Councillor Dixon. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you. Item E is the annual operational plan progress and quarterly financial report for the period ending December 2023. With this being the first full council meeting of the year, this is the first opportunity to present this report, but obviously it is a little bit aged, being the December quarter. Regardless, this report is still instructive as to the massive infrastructure program we're delivering and also the challenges we're facing in terms of increased costs and reduced revenue. And we're facing those real challenges on an ongoing basis, which is why we took the action to keep the budget balanced and relieve pressure on ratepayers and renters. These challenges were the reason we took early action to put a lid on the expenses and put downward pressure on rates. The report shows that revenue is not only below budget, but also below revenue received in the first 6 months of the previous financial year. And so continued reductions in developer activity has seen infrastructure charges and other associated revenue fall from 58 million in the first 6 months of last financial year to 48 million in the current year. Careful management of council's expenditure shows we're on track, but continued restraint is required in the face of economic and market volatility. Over 750 million in capital works were delivered in the first 6 months, which is well over half of the nearly record $1.5 billion infrastructure budget. And this kind of investment in 6 months of a year is more than what Labor would spend in an entire year when they were in office. And so the record investment in infrastructure is continuing, and we've seen the recent few years being the biggest period of investment in new infrastructure and improved infrastructure that the city has ever seen in its entire history. And so I'm very proud of that. We'll continue that. We need to build because our population's growing, but we also need to manage the budget and keep it balanced. The report shows very clearly we're delivering on our commitment to keep Brisbane moving, build better roads, improve public transport while carefully managing the budget and keeping it balanced. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Massey, your claims of misrepresentation.
Thank you, Chair. I was speaking to the question that the Lord Mayor asked earlier, which is what the Victoria Park Action Group members wanted. And I was speaking specifically to them, not to the wider community, as the Lord Mayor suggested.
Any further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. Just at the outset, could I ask that item A and E be taken as a group together for voting, and items C and D together, which would leave B by itself for voting purposes. And I'll work my way through these in alphabetical order, starting with the Audit Committee report. We again have a report here which we are being asked as councillors who oversee, ultimately have the ultimate responsibility for the financial management of council in that sense, and this is required for us to have these functions, and clearly they're operating, and members of the Audit Committee are receiving briefings from council officers, whether that is the CEO, council's finance teams and council's corporate security and information ICT people about risks and risk mitigation, and again we get a report which actually doesn't outline what all those risks are, what the recommendations are to mitigate against those, to ensure that the billions of dollars that we are taking from the people of Brisbane and spending on their behalf is being done in the best possible way. So again, we start this term out. Well, the Audit Committee met before the election, but we're receiving this report after the election. We start this term with the same kind of probity that we've seen over the last few years under this LNP administration, a distinct lack of information for us to make an informed decision as to whether this report accurately reflects both the issues raised and the way forward in addressing those. And there's of course no reflection on members of the Audit Committee. We're not able to ask them questions. We're not able to receive the briefings that they do and that members of the LNP do from council staff. It's simply not possible for us as opposition councillors to receive those briefings, so we won't be supporting the report on the Audit Committee before us today once again. Council and Standing Committee meeting dates, we accept what is here and the rationale put forward by the Lord Mayor, given the start of this year, this sitting year, included an election period, and the way it balances out is very similar to previous years. For contracts and tendering, C and D before us today, these are compared to the last lot we had in 2 ENCs ago, actually over each of those last 2 items we debated, are significantly smaller, a lot less contracts coming through for the periods of January and February. And that's not just, I think, because of caretaker. I think what we're seeing, which starts to get fleshed out when we have a look at Council's quarterly review and quarterly progress report, is that the Lord Mayor's $400 million in cuts is finally starting to bite when it comes to service delivery and the delivery of projects out in the suburbs of Brisbane. So there's clearly, demonstrably less work happening around the suburbs of Brisbane when you look at these contracts entered into compared to previous years, previous months as well. One of the important ones that's included here, and this is something that we as Labor councillors have spoken about a lot over the last few years, is facilities for our bus drivers. Yeah. I know when we first started raising the issue of toilets and toilet facilities, LNP councillors and the Lord Mayor made light of it, they laughed about it, they joked about us raising a critical issue for drivers, which were their toilet facilities. I think they finally started to realise that this was a genuinely important issue when we started seeing action from our bus drivers, and they stopped treating it as much of a joke as they initially did. So we are pleased to see that there's a contract for just over $500,000 going towards amenity upgrades for bus drivers. We know some work has been done to address the toilet seats with jagged edges, covered in rust and appalling conditions for bus drivers to date. This contract is important to get more upgrades and improvements happening, and plenty more work needs to be done, particularly when you look at, in terms of our bus driving workforce, the struggle that Brisbane City Council has had to attract women as bus drivers. Driver safety is a very important issue when it comes to attracting more women to take the positions of bus drivers, but also facilities and amenities and access to those as well are critical points. And when you've got a workforce that has, I think, 7% of it are filled by women and 93% filled by men, it's a critical issue. So we support this contract and think plenty more work does need to be done in that space as well. Contract 3 caught my eye as well. It's for a new clubhouse. This is contract 3 in clause D, I believe. Let me just find that one. At Finsbury Park, consolidated clubhouse at Newmarket. That's a great outcome for that community there. And this is the kind of thing, when we've been talking about, and I've been talking about it in the context of my local community, and I know other councillors have as well, we've seen at the Deagon Sports Ground and at Callaghan Park, master plans that have turned into precinct plans, developed alongside clubs which have recommended, which have not recommended, but put in place in black and white in a council endorsed document for new facilities, new clubhouses like this one we see here today. And I know plenty of other councils. I think there's 19 precinct plans around Brisbane, which covers a lot of Brisbane. We're not seeing enough of this investment. This is great. We support this. But when you go through that process and you present this beautiful, shiny document to a group of lessees, to community sports clubs and say, you know, we recommend, based on your feedback, that a new clubhouse, which will cater for the growth of your sport, for female participation, be built here. It'll be somewhere between, you know, $10 and $20 million. Good luck. You're on your own. That's the message that too many of our community sporting clubs get. So what we want to see, again, we want to see more investment in things like our amenities for our bus drivers, as we talked about, more investment in stormwater and drainage infrastructure I talked about earlier, more investment in our community and sporting clubs, particularly when we spent a lot of time today talking about the Olympics and Olympic legacy. We heard from the Lord Mayor another 8 minutes of making his position on Victoria Park Stadium as clear as mud. Again, in this round of ENC, we still don't hear from the Lord Mayor and from LNP councillors what their vision is for a suburban legacy for community and sporting clubs when it comes to the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. So we certainly want to see much, much more of that. Now on to the Clause E, which is the quarterly progress operational plan and quarterly financial report, I should say. And the Lord Mayor is right. This is marks a point in time for the progress of the council budget, and it certainly does outline for us some very key points along this journey of this Lord Mayor's mismanagement of council's budget, an historic mismanagement which has led to these decisions that he had to make in cutting $400 million from council projects and suburban services, and throw the budget into deficit at this point here, because you go through we've heard the Lord Mayor say, I don't know, didn't run out of a count on the number of times that he said strong and stable and balanced budget just in this meeting, let alone over the last few months. But we see here at this point in the council budget, council's operating surplus ratio has dipped from a positive 2% to a negative 6.5%. The cash ratio goes down, the leverage ratio goes up, and debt stays consistently high per capita, despite the fact that the population count in Brisbane has been growing exponentially. So even a figure that probably ostensibly looks good on paper reflects a very significant increase in the amount of debt that council is carrying, which is continuing to have pressures on, what does the Lord Mayor say, the ratepayers and renters of Brisbane. The decisions that this LNP administration has made and the progress on those decisions, which is before us today, as at the 30th of December last year, is painting a very bleak picture for the future of Brisbane, for the future financial sustainability of this council, and for the future rates and rent increases that this LNP administration is putting onto people.
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired.
Point of order, Chair. Move for an extension.
Second.
It's been moved for extension by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Strunk. All those in favour say aye. Aye. No. The ayes have it. Continue, Councillor
Thanks
Cassidy.
very much, Chair. When you go through the financial papers, the actual figures as compared to the approved budget, and also the actuals for last year, a good comparison on last year, what we do see is there's an increase in revenue coming into council from the ratepayers and the renters of Brisbane. Council is taking more, but they are spending less at this point, spending less than budgeted and spending less than council did at December 2022. So more in rates and fees and charges, but less going out in materials and services on the things like we've been discussing today, the drainage upgrades and upgrades and maintenance to local parks, making council carbon neutral, which we can come to in just a moment, and other councils will expand on some of those items before us today. And when you go through here, you build a bigger and a better picture for yourself, and I'm sure other councillors have as well, in looking at the progress of some of the critical areas of council to this point in the council budget. And we see in Program 1, Transport for Brisbane, rephased expenditure in providing high-quality ferry services. So cuts and delays to providing high-quality ferry services. Providing active transport infrastructure has been rephased as well. That's the LNP's way of saying they have cut projects and delayed projects as well. And the Brisbane Metro strategies has been rephased and delayed as well. That's one we've come to expect to see in every single budget paper over the last 6, 7, 8 years that we've been experiencing the cost blowouts and delays on the Metro. Program 3 is a pretty bad one, a pretty bad report card for this LNP administration here. When you see there's lower than anticipated expenditure in the carbon neutral strategy, mainly relating to the timing of carbon offset purchases. So you start to realise that as part of the shuffling around and the cuts, the $400 million in cuts, we're now seeing council officers forced to readjust how they make council carbon neutral at all. We know that council's own strategies when it comes to waste reduction aren't working. We now know there's pressure internally on council officers to meet these budget cuts, so they're shuffling around the purchasing of carbon credits, which is the least best way of making council carbon neutral as well. We see the rephased and lower than anticipated expenditure in maintenance and rehabilitation of flood management asset strategy relating to flood damage in February 2022. More evidence that they don't really care about these suburban projects. They're the first things to get rephased and cut when the Lord Mayor announces these cuts. And we also see here the line there that says lower than anticipated parks depreciation expense is a real red flag as well, because you also know that this year, in this year's budget, in the current 2023-2024 budget, we saw the highest levels of depreciation of council assets that we have seen in just about any budget in recent memory. And you look into the forward estimates and that drops right off. So what we know is that in this year's budget, to pump up that figure to $4.3 billion, a huge amount of council's assets were being depreciated. And in an accounting term, that's expenditure. So more money is being spent this year depreciating stormwater assets than building new ones or maintaining assets. That goes for road assets, that goes for park and playground assets and community facilities as well. But obviously they bit off slightly too much. I suspect the accountants have gone in here and said you can't actually do that much because we've had lower than anticipated park depreciation depreciation work here in this in Program 3, which has been the single biggest user of that kind of expenditure, to try and demonstrate that they're doing more than they really are, this LNP administration. So I guess it's all sort of coming home to roost for this administration. They held it together for as long as they could, their dodgy accounting and depreciating huge amounts of assets to try and pump up the council budget, to say to people through the Living in Brisbane newsletters and all the other stuff that they were doing a whole lot of things when in fact they weren't. Program 4, and this is reflected as well in the financial figures early on, shows that there's significantly lower developer contributions coming in. So when the Lord Mayor, we asked the Lord Mayor this earlier in the day as well around what actions he's taking in terms of addressing Brisbane's housing crisis. Tried to tease out, well, no, Councillor Massey certainly tried to ask Councillor Allen about that, and we had some discussion of that this morning in committee, but it's really clear through this demonstration here and in the financial figures as well, that there's just less being built. There's less developer contributions coming into council, which means that there are less houses being built, essentially, which would be a big component of that. Which also, when you think about how the Greens propose to pay for a whole lot of stuff by increasing developer contributions in that space, it's just not there. It's not there currently. Whether the cap was lifted or not, I suspect it's just... It's just not possible in this current climate to get the kind of income that the Greens are proposing as well. And on the theme of us paying more and getting less in the community, we turn to program 6, of course, and look for lower than anticipated or rephased, things like that. Operating expenses are below budget during the period, mainly due to the following: lower than anticipated expenditure for activities and maintaining city infrastructure. Now, we all know this. You get around, Councillor Strunk was telling me, getting around doing your parks audit over the last couple of weeks, and continuing to see that less is being spent on basic maintenance out in the suburbs of Brisbane. We experience that as local councillors. We know we get that feedback from residents out there in the burbs, and it's also here in black and white. This confirms the experience that we have had as local councillors, because it says there that this administration, to this point in the budget, had been spending less on maintaining city infrastructure and maintaining effective waste stream management and waste reduction strategies. Again, this is all aligning with the decisions this LNP administration have been making year on year. This is all coming home to roost in this budget. And ultimately, it's not us that pay for it. We come in here and we do individually as ratepayers, I guess, or renters through the rates that you contribute to. But it's our job to look at this and to go, what is the best return for the rates that we are levying? The increasing rates we're levying, we're seeing rates and fees and charge revenue up significantly. Is this delivering a good return for ratepayers? When we see tricky accounting where more expenditure is going on depreciating assets than investing in new ones, where we see less expenditure on basic maintenance in the suburbs, when we see less expenditure on making council a carbon neutral organisation, where we see less expenditure on providing public and active transport, this builds a picture that this LNP administration isn't acting in the best interests of the people of Brisbane.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on the E&C Part 3, Item D, contracts and tendering, and specifically the bus operator amenity upgrades. And I will say in response to Councillor Cassidy, Madam Chair, that the Lord Mayor never said this wasn't a genuine issue or laughed. And I know that Councillor Cassidy's left the room. No one ever laughed when this issue was raised. It was that this issue was not raised in the proper and correct way. This was an issue that clearly the union had been hiding from management in Transport for Brisbane in order to deliver a dossier of unclean toilets, seats that were broken, handles that were missing to Councillor Cassidy so he could bring that here into this chamber to parade those things around. If the union was genuine about those issues, then it would have raised those to line management in Transport for Brisbane in the proper way. But what we've seen many times from the RTBU is that they will, rather than fix an issue quickly and quietly, they will save up that issue so that they can hand it to their masters in the Australian Labor Party and bring it in here and make a political issue about it. And that was why we found the issue at the time interesting in the way that Councillor Cassidy had raised it. Now, this item that we are talking about here is another $500,000 is going towards upgrading our bus drivers on the road facilities. And we have already completed over 100 different upgrades to driver facilities on the road since these issues were raised in the chamber, not last year, but the year before, in 2022. This contract before us includes the refurbishment of another 3 bus end-of-trip facilities across Brisbane. This includes the Constable Matthew Arnold Memorial Park, which is in Algester, Heathwood Park in Heathwood, and Dawn Street Park in Barton. So these existing works will convert the existing chemical toilet facilities to a sewered connection. And Madam Chair, since I've been in this role, I have had the stated goal with the Transport for Brisbane leadership of removing chemical toilets from our system altogether. My view differed to management at the time, was that this was an acceptable solution. I disagree. I think if we want to have a modern workplace for our drivers, where drivers of all ages, all genders feel truly comfortable, then sewer toilets is definitely the standard that we should be reaching to, despite sometimes the cost of these facilities and the impact on community for installing them. So that has definitely been a change of course for us. That is probably the only change of course here. But those existing day-to-day maintenance issues that were raised in the chamber now 18 months ago, many of them would be dealt with in the normal course of business, and so they have been. Works are already underway, Madam Chair, at the first site at Algester. We expect all 3 of these projects to be finished this financial year. Councillor Cassidy also mentioned cuts to the ferry network. This is simply rephasing as a result of the movements around Dockside and Mowbray Park. There have been no cuts to ferry funding or spend on maintenance of our ferries. So this is once again, if we had truly cut the ferry network, Councillor Cassidy would be able to point to where that is, but of course he cannot, and he just leaves the chamber. Now, I probably will leave it at that, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Any further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak about the quarterly operation plan, and I've got some observations, because really observations is all you can really do with the detail that is given in the quarterly operational plan. It used to be quite more detailed some years ago, but really there's very little detail in there to really grab a hold of. So this is why I'm doing it in this way, just observations. Now, if we have a look at the three items here, which is, of course, the revenue, the operating expenses, and of course capital expenditure. All right. The revenue in this particular program is currently at $68 million, which is about $30 million or 30% down on the projected yearly budget of $227 million. The report states that the drop in the revenue is from lower than anticipated developer contributions on infrastructure charges and road assets. Clearly, this drop in revenue is a direct result of the decrease in development that Brisbane needs that is not being achieved by the Schrinner administration. The report doesn't specify any action to be taken to achieve a better outcome or a better development outcome. All it says is that they'll monitor it, no action. Operating expenses is also down by, and again, this is in program 2, operating expenses is down by $125 million, which again is 30%. I can confidently say that the operating expenses are down in part due to the $400 million in cuts that the Lord Mayor delivered as a little Christmas present last year. Our assets are being depreciated faster than that was determined during the budget. As the assets assessments have done were the assets assessments just done to save money on the annual operating progress report. So if you sort of think about it, the depreciation, the way they've changed and slowed down the depreciation, you wonder why that came about, and one could be a bit cynical about that, but maybe the Lord Mayor or someone or the infrastructure chair can maybe address that particular issue to find out how we were able to slow down the depreciation. If we have a look at the capital expenditure in the half-year results, the expenditure is trending higher than would have been that would have been expected by about $10 million or 6%. This is in part due to the increase in the cost of materials, no doubt, but also by the poor management of projects by this administration. Again, the comment they make at the end here is, again, no action is being taken. They're just going to monitor it. Now, if we have a look at the highlights and updates on some of the items that were in the report, if we have a look at to build a transport network, they've completed some of the CCT, I assume it's some of the CCT construction project. They list 17 locations as part of the modernization of the transport system. Under the current budget, there is no itemized list of locations, so we don't really know if 17 is a good result or not. We don't know how much the original amount of locations were to be undertaken. Now, I appreciate it's halfway through the year, so there may be more, and maybe the infrastructure chairman can address that as well. Glen Road and Archerfield Street embankment stabilization work project has been completed under the retaining walls and embankment project budget. Out of the $22 million in this particular budget item, only $312,000 was allocated to this specific project in Archer Street, and this is the only street embankment project that in the budget package. So again, it's just interesting there was only one of those in the budget that came down, or the budget for this year. I don't know if there's more to be undertaken or already being undertaken or not. Again, the infrastructure chair may be able to address that in his 10 minutes or so. Listed in the budget, there are also 20 major traffic improvement intersection projects. This quarterly report states that 6 have now been completed. So why so few? You know, if there was 20 to be undertaken during this budget period, there's only 6 that have been completed, and we're halfway through. So it doesn't sound like a good outcome to me. But again, the infrastructure chairman may be able to address that as well. There is also 18 locations within the bridge and culvert reconstruction and rehabilitation current budget, but only 3 have now been completed. Again, a very low number of 18, and there's only 3 that have now been completed. 5 priority locations have also been delivered for wildlife awareness monitors to improve the safety and to minimize the risk of animal strikes. Again, there's no detail on how many of these were supposed to be undertaken during the budget. So I don't know if 5 was the completed number for the whole year, or is that halfway through and there's more to be done. Again, there's no detail in this report. And I think I'll finish it there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak briefly about item E. The annual budget report. I know lots of people and lots of councillors have already talked about how the annual operation plan progress report is missing in a lot of details. But what I will speak to is the fact that obviously last year there were two major things that happened in this chamber that have undeniably impacted the operational plan and the quarterly financial report. And of course the first one was the $400 million budget cut. At the time, while the LNP and the ALP were attempting to do some sort of political fencing, one of the major things that I talked about was actually my deep, deep, deep concern about future issues that will occur in the budget, about how there was rephased expenditure to plug the gaps in different departments, and how that would actually have a long-term issue for our budget as a city. And what we see here in the annual report is a continuation of that. We see rephased expenditure, we see various areas where revenue is low, and I'll touch base on that in a second. And we see again, you know, what I would call a deep concern for the future of the city's budget and what budget we might receive at very short notice on our table when the budget comes in June. Of course, I would appreciate more detail. I think most opposition councillors would appreciate more details, but I do understand that this is what we have in front of us, so I'll comment as much as I can. I think another thing that I would say absolutely influences this budget, because we see it page after page after page, was the reduction in infrastructure charges for developments that was passed by everyone in this chamber but myself. And we see it, page after page, less revenue. And while everyone else in this chamber will be like, oh, there's not enough housing, it's like we forget that we actually implemented that we would charge less infrastructure, not only for developments from memory, I think it was September 1st onwards, but also backdated from memory again from January 1st, 2023 or 22. And so, of course, undeniably it is expected that infrastructure charges would be lower, since we actually, in this chamber, except for me, of course, voted to make reductions to them. Interestingly enough, about infrastructure charges, there was an article that came out today, just earlier this morning, that was about the Local Government Association of Queensland, which of course is the state's peak body for council, which called on the state government to allow them to increase charges on developers. This article came out earlier today. They cited that there would be a $2 billion gap for local councils if these infrastructures were to increase. And of course, that has been a long-standing Greens policy. Look, I'm not going to take too much time. It's the first meeting back. I'm stoked to be here with everyone. But I did just want to mention that point, that there are challenges in here. I am looking forward to seeing the budget. I am looking forward to that because what we do see here are very deep challenges across multiple programs. And I recognise there is a major spend this year, especially in capital works and in transport and the green bridges. But I do think there are major challenges, not only in this year, but also future challenges for this council in relation to our budgets and ensuring that the services are delivered to our residents across the city. Thank you.
Is there any further debate? Councillor Cunningham.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item E, which is the annual operational plan progress and quarterly financial report for the period ending December 2023. Now, it's obvious for all of us in this place, Madam Chair, that normally we would have tabled this earlier in the year, but due to the earlier election date, it couldn't happen till today. So the numbers in the report refer to a position for council that is nearly 4 months old now. The most up-to-date report, as at the end of the March quarter, will be handed down in coming weeks. However, this report, Madam Chair, reinforces why We on this side of the chamber have been making sensible savings to protect the budget. So let me step you through it. We see council revenue is below budget for the period, correct. It's driven by reduced developer activity and in turn reduced developer contributions. People aren't building things. This was flagged as part of the third budget review and was one of a number of drivers causing us to take the action that we took to protect the budget. The projected reduced grant revenue is also flagged in the report. There is a decrease in other contributions and donations, and that's mainly due to roads contributed assets recognised in the previous year. The decrease in other revenue is mainly due to adjustments required under the lease accounting standard in the prior year and the timing of insurance payments which were received for the 2022 floods. On the expense side, we see our expense spend is slightly under budget. This is despite an increase in employee costs, mainly due to EBA pay increases, and an increase in loss on disposal of property, plant and equipment and intangibles. Madam Chair, we are very closely managing our expenses in the face of continued inflation and pressure on our capital program. Our capital program is indeed above budget during the reporting period, with a massive $774 million invested in the first 6 months. That's a whole lot higher than the previous time, which was $500 million spent in the first 6 months of the former year. Accelerated expenditure on transport infrastructure is a key contributor to this variance, as well as the expenditure on the voluntary home buyback scheme. Now, when it comes to ratios, which Councillor Cassidy spoke about, I can assure all councillors in this place the ratios are reflective of the current upward impacts on costs and prices and reduced revenue that is being experienced by this council. In Program 8, we further highlight the revenue challenges that we've all discussed. This includes lower than expected rates revenue as a result of the persisting trend of properties previously being rented out and then being sold on to owner-occupiers. This is partly offset by higher than anticipated interest revenue, which is mainly coming from interest on our deposits. Capital expenditure in Program 8 is significantly progressed when compared to the approved annual budget. This is due to capitalised interest on major projects and is expected to align by the end of the financial year. Madam Chair, Team Schrinner has been re-elected on a platform of keeping Council's budget in check and to keep the pressure off household rates and rents. It means that we must continue to very closely monitor Council's expenditure and take action where we can to keep costs down so that ultimately we are not passing this on to the ratepayers of Brisbane. Finally, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a quick reflection. Councillor Cassidy, through you, says that he respects officers who work for Council, but he comes in here and he says that they are part of some conspiracy about depreciation. He has come into this place before and has shown his lack of misunderstanding of the financial results of this council. I, for one, would like to place on record the hard work that has been done by corporate finance to manage our finances at this particular point in time and to get us through. And they should be commended. And I commend this report to the chamber.
Are there, Councillor Collier?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Just speaking to Clause E, the Annual Operation Plan Progress and Quarterly Financial Report for the period ending in December of last year. So this, of course, being the first opportunity to review these decisions and look at the progress. And from the Lord Mayor, what we've heard today is that there is no plan and no vision for the future of Brisbane. And this budget review before us today just really proves that. We know that council's revenue is down because this LNP council failed to plan for the housing needs and requirements of Brisbane. Of course, developer contributions are down, less homes and houses are being delivered by this LNP council. The lack of any forward thinking from this council means that the people of Brisbane are facing more barriers than they should when it comes to getting a home, whether that's a rental or a property to own. And that is a consequence because that is the Brisbane that this LNP Lord Mayor and Council has delivered for us. It says so on page 5. And what does that really mean for the people of Brisbane? Well, firstly, the council staff, we know that you have been under extreme pressure to deliver this LNP council's budget cuts. We saw officers placed in extremely challenging positions where they were having to make decisions about what projects to fully cut and what projects to delay. And they don't want to do that, we know that, but they have to work with the poor political decisions that they've inherited from this Lord Mayor. And that, I guess, is even if they still have a job. Just late last year, the Lord Mayor said, when he was discussing the last budget review, that council staff have nothing to be afraid of. Well, reality bites, and to the staff that have lost their jobs because of the Lord Mayor's budget blowouts, we are so utterly devastated for you on this side of the chamber. We respect you and we know that you deserve better. Whether you are a contractor or a full-time employee, whether you are part of the council family, that's why we will not stop fighting for you every single day. In the programs, Program 1, Transport for Brisbane, you all know how I feel about the LNP and ferries and their absolutely atrocious track record of letting our ferry fleet fall into complete disrepair. Our iconic wooden monohull ferries were left to rot thanks to the LNP Lord Mayor. So you have to wonder, given the LNP's track record, if the rephasing of this expenditure for ferry service is just another secret LNP code word for more cuts. And of course, you know, this is a statement of priorities, and the priority of this LNP council, as demonstrated in the quarterly financial report, of course, is the Brisbane Metro project, which is the more than 3 times what we spend on providing our usual bus services for the entire of Brisbane. The only thing that the LNP Council cares about is delivering the Metro, not any extra active or public transport services for the rest of Brisbane, not better CityCat or ferry services, that is for sure. In Program 2, Infrastructure, I have to mention on page 18 a couple of highlights. Apparently we have started work on one stormwater drainage project. I have to truly applaud your efforts, Lord Mayor, because that is one more, I think, than last year. Yep. So honestly, what an... I'll take that interjection from Councillor Cassidy. It probably will end up getting carried over to next year and pushed out again. Honestly, what an absolute joke. I would think that every single councillor in this place would have at least 10 stormwater drainage projects on their list they would love to see on behalf of their communities, and I truly do look forward to hearing those administration councillors speak up and advocate for better drainage in their communities, although I think that is probably wishful thinking. And of course, you know, mentioned in this program is Mogul Road. You do really just have to wonder what the final blowout of that will be under this council. Program 3, Clean, Green and Sustainable City, the one place to see improvement in revenue because it is actually just from outside money. It's not an increase in council's own generated revenue. It's of course just an earlier windfall of funding for the voluntary home buyback program, which is great, but then of course we're just passing the transaction on, so it's not really revenue, is it? What is frustrating to see is that there is less money being spent on our carbon neutral strategy. We all know how much this LNP Lord Mayor in particular likes to claim carbon neutrality like a buzzword, but actually loves to buy overseas carbon credits instead of doing the real work to address climate change, which I think might put him at odds with some of his state and federal colleagues who don't even believe in climate change. So from an operational perspective, you know, the real work has to be done to address the day-to-day emissions being created by the business of council, and that's not happening. On page 19, there's confirmation that less is being spent on our parks when people are crying out for more green spaces, and we're just trying to cater for demand and growth. Again, the story shows is that there is just no vision under this LNP Lord Mayor. Program 5, less funding for libraries. I know our hardworking library staff deserve so much better. You know, anyone who went to the libraries over the school holidays, I know they were bursting at the seams. So everyone loves our libraries. I know every single councillor in this place does. So why wouldn't we do everything we possibly can to support great free activities and great facilities for the people of Brisbane? And shout out to the Bulimba Library team and also the Carindale Library team, which I visited on the weekend. You're doing amazing work and you deserve as much support as possible from council to keep creating spaces for families to fall in love with stories and storytelling, for people to meet, people to learn, connect and find new friends. It's good to see that under this program, just over $2 million has been approved for Better Suburbs grants. I know it's such a challenge for our clubs when they, you know, inherit council facilities in really challenging and terrible conditions, and then they have to go away and rustle up huge sums of cash to pay for the basics. So it's good to see some money going out the door, but we could be doing so much more to keep these clubs going and to keep them sustainable. In Program 6 City Standards, the basics, well, the highlights say it all. What council didn't do. No new footpaths, not one. And we know that the LNP in particular hate footpaths for some strange reason and think that people don't actually need new ones. We know that council cut the contracts for grass cutting, and people out in the community were not happy about that. We know that council is missing out on diverting even more organic waste from landfill, which is, of course, the #1 thing that this council can do to reduce its emission. And it's a bit strange, I think, to be excited about missing the mark by over 80%. I would call that a rubbish strategy. Program 7, as per usual, it's pretty threadbare here. And of course, again, something is missing. Out of all of the highlights, of all the achievements of the past months in this area, the Olympics is mentioned once here and nowhere else in any of the other program highlights. What does the Lord Mayor and the Deputy Mayor do to support the delivery of the Olympics? I know that the Deputy Mayor forgot to mention it last year in her summary of her portfolio last term. So again, I guess a single mention is an improvement. It's an increase, so I'll take that. In summary, this is a budget review that confirms that this LNP administration has no plans, no big vision and no way of taking Brisbane into the future. There's no plans to address the critical issues facing our community like housing shortages, and we know, as we heard earlier today, the planning chair doesn't actually think it's within his remit to even talk to it. So I guess distressingly we seem to have no way of keeping pace even just with doing the basics, like making sure our stormwater drains are working or that our libraries might have enough staff and resources to cater for demand. We knew it when they delivered a budget and less than 12 weeks later they had to hurriedly announce that they'd got it oh so wrong to the tune of $400 million. They can't plan for 12 weeks, let alone 12 months, let alone be entrusted with Brisbane's future.
Are there any further speakers? As there are no further speakers, we will put item A and E to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
A division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Councillor, ayes to my right and noes to my left. Can clerks ring the bell? Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour, 5 against and 2 abstentions.
The motion is carried. Can you please resume your seats? We'll now move to the vote on item B. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary say no. The ayes have it. We will now move to the debate on to the vote on item C and D. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Councillors, ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 7 abstentions.
The motion is carried. Please resume your seats, councillors. I see we have more students who have joined us, so we welcome you to the chamber. Thank you. Councillor Allen, City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee decisions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that the report setting out the decisions of the establishment of coordination.
Councillor Allen, could you please put your microphone on? Sorry, can I get you to repeat that?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that the report setting out the decisions of the Establishment and Coordination Committee as Delegate of Council during the summer recess 2023-24 on matters usually considered by the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee be noted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Wolfe that the report setting out the decisions of the Establishment and Coordination Committee as Delegate or Council during the summer recess 2023-24 on matters usually considered by the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee be noted. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item A was a petition objecting to the proposed changes to the Local Government Infrastructure Plan 1B and requesting Council remove a future park designation for the sites fronting Rogers, Ida and Raven Street West End. I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Is there any further debate? Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Chair. I stand to speak on item A. It is the petition in relation to residents of Ida, Raven and Rogers Street. I will speak to it. I'll make it clear from the beginning that I actually rejected when I was consulted the recommendation. And I rejected the recommendation because having spoken to residents since this, the response has been said before the petition was submitted and also during the debacle of the initial alert that these amendment changes for the residents was done. I thought it was important to get those residents' voices into chamber and on the public record. Some of the reasons why these residents are still frustrated is because the response to this petition gives no certainty around the weight of consideration of residents' concern for easing of their concerns. While acknowledged the amendment does have to be approved by state government and could experience some changes before then, and council has stated, as I've stated to my community, that there would be no compulsory resumption of homes to create a park. I think it speaks to the current distrust of council by West End residents that their words remain, that council's words remain untrusted. I guess this is a part of the history that West End has experienced, including the most recent history, of course, with the TLPI. So in that sense, this response does not ease any of their concerns around the acquisitions of this property, particularly because in the amendment to the local government infrastructure plan, the specification date of completion is 2026. And what we have here are 27 residents that worry and continue to worry about losing their homes, and the response has not eased their concerns. The recommendation also gives no clear understanding of the process leading to specification other than the parameters that were created. It makes no clear understanding why there was no community consultation before the specification was done. I get what you're all going to say, the consultation happens after, but for something as serious as this that involves 13 residents' houses and 27 residents, I think maybe some consultation could have occurred. Also, the recommendation gives no understanding if or other park options were considered during the specification period, noting that the specified area consists of mostly low density or character housing, and that the Kurilpa TLPI, which is supposed to increase density, is currently, within its plans, underserviced with future infrastructure deliveries of new parks, and this is by council's own standard of best service for how many people moving into the area compared to the amount of green space that should be available. I've talked lots of that previously. We don't have to do that again. It's fine. The recommendation also doesn't state if there was any consideration in the specification of allocating parks, not only to the Kurilpa TLPI, which is the density increase, but also to what has been the uplift in density since the neighbourhood plan implemented in 2011 up Montague Road. And that uplift and those developments that we still keep seeing on Montague Road are putting much pressure on the existing parks on that side rather than the low density side. Residents have also said that the recommendation doesn't state whether there was actually any consideration of different park options, whether these options be a pocket park situation. I think that has been mentioned earlier today. That would be able to cater for, challenges within the inner city where we do have issues of a lack of, space for new parks, frankly. Even though the density keeps increasing and increasing and there's so much pressure for mixed use in the green spaces of these parks. In my own submission to the LGIP, I listed multiple park options that are potential for buyback, including some in flood-prone areas. These buybacks in the flood-prone areas, I believe, would increase the resilience of the community, particularly with flooding, which, as we know, is something that will be a part of Brisbane's future. I also think that council should look at a more robust way of creating parks, not just to the specifications, understanding that there are limitations to those specifications, but, expanding an idea that creates pocket parks outside the idea of an urban common, which is traditionally delivered with DAs. Residents have contacted me. They still remain concerned, which is why I am speaking to this. Their concerns exist. 306 residents signed this petition. 306 residents remain confused and still, till this day, believe their objections still stand, even though this recommendation has been set out. I appreciate the time to speak on this today.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Allen.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm somewhat confused from that contribution to the debate. I'm not sure whether Councillor Massey either wants parks or doesn't want parks. It's a bit like a dollar each way, this thing. I want parks, but only in the locations I want them. There was no consultation. Well, actually there was. That's what we just did last year. That was the start of the consultation process. So a very confusing contribution. What I am prepared and I'm pleased to say is the process is actually quite well structured. It's a process that we follow to ensure that we meet state government guidelines, and so we will follow that process. It's a process that people will understand. We'll get to the end of it, we'll have an LGIP, and that will stand us in good stead for the next 4 or 5 years. But it does mean that people need to make some hard decisions, and Councillor Massey, as the local councillor, will need to get her head around this and start to decide whether she supports parks in her area or not. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We'll now put the report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no? No. The ayes have it. Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee decisions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the report setting out the decisions of the Establishment and Coordination Committee as Delegate of Council during the summer recess 23-24 on matters usually considered by the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee be noted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Davis, seconded by Councillor Huang, that the report setting out the decisions of the Establishment and Coordination Committee as Delegate of Council during the summer recess 2023-24 on matters usually considered by the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee be noted. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All 3 items considered in the recess were petitions for renaming of separate sections of Evans Road Park in Moorooka. Item A includes 2 petitions requesting a section of the park be renamed Billy Thorpe Place in recognition of the late musician and Moorooka local. Item B was a petition requesting a section of the park be renamed Tom Price Place after the late community member who had lived in Moorooka for many years and was one of the first students to attend Moorooka State School in 1929. Item C was a petition requesting a section of the park be renamed Victory Place in recognition of the significant contributions of the Moorooka area to the Second World War effort. All 3 renaming proposals will now be investigated in accordance with Council's place naming policies, and I understand the local councillor was supportive of this outcome. Thank you, Madam Chair. I leave further debate to the chamber.
Is there any debate? Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's not so much debate as just I'm rising in support of these 3 park namings. This has been a big achievement for the community. It's taken a significant amount of petitioning and work by local community, particularly the local history group and a lady called Barbara Ravenswood. As Councillor Davies said, there's an overarching name, which is Victory Park, and that was proposed by the local residents in recognition of the street names around that area were after Victoria Cross winners. Many of the street names have been given as recognition of Victoria Cross winners in World War I and World War II. So it's partly to highlight that, and we are looking at doing a history project around that in the park once the naming goes ahead. This goes back a step. We also need to, before this naming goes ahead, I need to acknowledge some work that Councillor Davis and also Councillor Cunningham assisted me. This was actually road reserve land, and those 2 councillors actually worked with me and the local community to have this road reserve land become parkland. So that undertook surveying of the park and also having the parkland classified as park, so that in the longer term I was able to spend funds on the park to have it converted to a small dog park and a big dog park as well. So I'd like to acknowledge those councillors and say thank you for that assistance. I actually think that's a win for our community. I think it's a win for the city and certainly is a good use of that area for the local community. In relation to the 2 place names within that park, as Councillor Davis said, Tom Price was nominated by the residents of the history group for his strong involvement in the local community and his involvement as one of the first people enrolled in Moorooka State School. And the other person who has strong involvement in the local area was Billy Thorpe, Billy Thorpe was a local musician. Lived in the area for a number of years, and he set up the band Billy Thorpe and the Aztecs. So it was, we actually have a number of significant people from rock history who've come out of Maruka. So he did Poison Ivy. Another of his classics was Mashed Potatoes, and he did a version of Somewhere Over the Rainbow, as well as many others. So his family had a shop in the local area, and I think it's really good that he's been recognised as well. I have a local resident who's been really on my case about recognising this, so I'm sure that he'll be pleased that this is happening too. We'll do a presentation in the area once the signs go up in recognition of Billy Thorpe and his family. So I'd encourage Council, or I thank Council for going ahead, proceeding with these parks names, and I look forward to getting that captured, that history captured as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Davis, right of reply? Okay, we'll now move to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Hutton, City Standards Committee decisions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the report setting out the decisions of the Establishment and Coordination Committee as delegate of Council during the summer recess 2023-24 on matters usually considered by City Standards Committee be noted.
Second.
It has been moved by Councillor Hutton, seconded by Councillor Adamant, that the report setting out the decisions of the Establishment and Coordination Committee as delegate of Council during the summer recess 2023-24 on matters usually considered by the City Standards Committee be noted. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Council received a petition with 30 signatures requesting that Council install accessibility upgrades to connect St Vincent's Private Hospital and Aged Care Kangaroo Point to the Kangaroo Point Riverwalk. Now, our Council team went out and met with the head petitioner, and it is understood that the location where the petitioner wished to put the pedestrian ramp is actually on private property and therefore would be a consideration and expense to the property owner. During the inspection, Main and Thornton Street and Kangaroo Point, the footpath on Main Street was found to be safe and in good condition. The response received support from the local councillor, and I would like to commend this report to the chamber.
Is there any further debate? As there is no further debate, we will move it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any petitions? No? Oh, Councillor Griffith.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. There's two petitions on behalf of Councillor Johnston. So the first petition is in relation to Cardross Street Bridge crossing, which is at Fairfield. And the second petition investigating expanding City Cat services upstream to the Oxley Creek. Thank you.
Are there any further petitions? Councillor Dixon, may I please have a motion to receive these petitions?
Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Councillor Strunk. Seconded. It has been moved by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Strunk, that all petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? There being no councillors rising to their feet, are there any matters of general business? Actually, before I call general business, I know we have two councillors who will do their maiden speeches today, and I want to remind all councillors that it is tradition that there are no interjections, and that you let these councillors have be heard in silence. Is there any matters of general business? Councillor Givney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If not you, then who? Was a question that was echoed in my mind long after a leadership workshop early last year. Little did I know that that would propel me here, standing before you today as the councillor of Wynnum Manly Ward.
It is an honour that fills me with both humility and determination. Unlike many in this ward, I never envisioned a career in politics. But as I scanned the community for potential representatives for council, I could not shake the feeling that I could serve my neighbours and friends with positivity and dedication. I saw a need for someone deeply embedded in our community, someone who understood its pulse, its challenges and its potential. I felt compelled that I needed to step forward. I am profoundly grateful for the residents of Wynnum, Manly and Lota for entrusting me with their voices in City Hall. Their confidence in me fuels my commitment to advocate passionately on their behalf. Together, we will shape the future of the Bayside into a more vibrant, inclusive and thriving place to call home. I wish to share my vision through three key themes: community, connection and celebration. Firstly, let us talk about community. Our ward is not just a collection of suburbs. We are unique. We have the picturesque Moreton Bay on our doorstep, and we are the home to the country's fastest growing port. Our ward's history is a tapestry woven with resilience, diversity and transformation. From its roots as a holiday haven in the early 1900s, to its evolution to a lively Bayside community just 30 minutes from the Brisbane CBD. Each corner of our ward tells a unique story. Manly West, once a hub for farming and industry, is now the home to the iconic landmarks like the Water Towers and the Wynnum Manly Seagulls Rugby Club, who are a testament to our community's enduring spirit. I am committed to supporting all our sporting groups to reach their full potential. Manly stands as the epicentre of Brisbane's boating and fishing scene and proudly hosts the volunteer Brisbane Coast Guard. The Bayside lifestyle is further enriched by the Manly Harbour Village, which is often buzzing with activity from weekly markets to acclaimed restaurants. I look forward to continuing to work closely with the local business chamber commerce to strengthen their events and initiatives. Wynnum West, including Lyndon, is the gateway to the Bayside. It has a rich history, including the opening of Wynnum Plaza in 1980. As we look forward, I am eager to fulfil my election promise of an off-road cycling track, providing the youth with exciting recreational opportunities. Lota, once the end of our railway line, remains a quiet, leafy, peaceful paradise, loved by locals for its laid-back lifestyle. I'm committed to enhancing our community spaces, from supporting the community garden and upgrading our waterfront outdoor gym. Wynnum, with our bustling business district, has seen a resurgence in recent years, with thriving bars, shops and dining experiences. I'm eager to further support the local businesses and enhance our vibrant cultural heritage. I am thankful to the Wynnum Manly Historical Society for their tireless efforts to preserve the Bayside history. I look forward to supporting projects that share and celebrate our history with others. Wynnum's foreshore is unique, taking in the Mangrove Walk in Wynnum North, Wynnum Creek with numerous water sports on offer, and families enjoying the iconic whale park and wading pool. We have it all. Each of these suburbs play a vital role in shaping the narrative of our ward. While many liken the Bayside to a country town, where residents all know each other well, but we are also experiencing an influx of newcomers to from around Brisbane, internationally and interstate. As more people discover the allure of living near the Bay, we are reaping the benefits of increased demand and investment in our local businesses. This brings me to connection. My involvement in our ward runs deep, spanning from my years volunteering in high school with the esteemed service groups such as the Lions Club of Moreton Bay, and more recently with the Rotary Club of Wynnum Manly. Additionally, my husband grew up in Lota, Manly and Manly West. In 2005, at the age of 21, we purchased our first home in Manly West. During that time, I balanced 3 casual jobs alongside full-time teaching studies so that we could establish our life on the Bayside. I've dedicated 19 years to working in local schools, and I love that many of my past students volunteered on my campaign. Ben and I are raising our children in Wynnum, and we take great pleasure in exploring the local parks, participating in the local sports clubs and attending many of our local events, including Wynnum Fringe and the Halloween Parade. My interest in politics was sparked by my father's career in government and media affairs, and my mother's admiration for the Honourable John Howard, which led to a lifelong support of the Liberal Party. Over many years, I have actively volunteered for campaigns at a local, state and federal levels, cultivating the skills and experiences necessary to effectively represent our community and our party. My grandfather, Peter Rollo Lego, affectionately known as Grandy, recently turned 101. A retired university accountant, he imparted invaluable wisdom upon me. The importance of living within one's means, saving for the future, and extending a helping hand to those in need. Alongside him stood my grandmother, who sadly passed in 2020. Her legacy of selfless service, demonstrated through decades of dedication to the Red Cross and their church, profoundly influenced our family. I like to think I am economically conservative, but also socially progressive. And these values serve me as a guiding compass with my life decisions, and they underpinned our plan to help us win the Wynnum Manly seat in Brisbane City Council. Speaking of celebration, let us reflect on my ward's political history. In 1952, the Labor Party secured victory of the seat of Wynnum Manly, then maintaining its hold for 72 years. The achievement of my outstanding team in the Wynnum Manly is short of nothing but remarkable. I extend my gratitude to the former councillor Cumming for his commitment to the people of Wynnum Manly, which he continues to show through his volunteer work to several of our worthy community groups. There are many people that I would like to thank for their support of our campaign. Firstly, I'd like to thank Councillor Atwood and Councillor Murphy. I am truly thankful for your guidance, expertise and time. The Deputy Mayor, Councillor Adams. Because of a chance encounter at a breakfast in Manly and a fundraiser at South Brisbane, you and your husband convinced both Ben and I that we should run. To the other LNP councillors, current and recently departed, you each shared moments of advice. Thank you for welcoming me to your team. To the team at the LNP headquarters, including Christian, I appreciate you keeping me in line. To Katie and Richard and the staff at the Moreton Bay Colleges for supporting me to undertake this challenge. To Jock, Michael, Hannah, Kate and Maddie from the Lord Mayor's office, I could not have done this without you. To my local party members, especially Matthew, Michael and Moy, who letterbox dropped, sought sign sites and helped on election day. To the 115 volunteers that supported me on election day, most of whom had never been involved in politics or an election before. Some wore a blue shirt when they previously wore red shirts. I am forever grateful that you had faith in me. To the Lady Mayoress, who roadsided with me 3 mornings a week for 8 weeks in the rain and on her birthday, you are a powerhouse. I thank you. To Ross Vasta and his team, Tom, Izzy, Sarah and Braden, who gave up their weekends and lunch breaks to help us win. To our generous donors who supported the campaign so we could make this change in our ward, I thank you. To Erin, Daniel, Ray, Natalie, Ron and Melina, thank you for sharing your rational advice and supporting me in a multiple of ways. To the Lord Mayor, who supported my campaign beyond the call of duty. Our time together has cemented my view that our city is in safe hands. To my parents, Dale and Cliff, to my mother-in-law Erna, husband Ben, and to Maggie and Charlie, I know that I have been far from present for these past 6 months, but you have loved and supported me, and for this I am truly thankful. Finally, to my sister, my campaign manager. Tori, thank you for the 2 a.m. phone calls, the endless messages and the sacrifices you made with your own family. There is no doubt that I could not have done this without you, and I will be forever grateful. It is the strength of these relationships that propelled me to victory in our campaign. It is through nurturing these bonds that will ensure my success as a councillor. In the end, it is not the words spoken nor the actions taken that leave an impression. It is the way people feel in our presence. My utmost priority is ensuring that the residents of the Wynnum Manly ward feel valued, heard and supported. I pledge to work tirelessly on their behalf with unwavering faith and integrity, and courage and hope. Thank you.
Councillor Chongma.
I would like to acknowledge the rightful owners of this land, the Yagara Jagara and Turrbal peoples, and pay my respects to elders past, present and future. We are living on stolen land and sovereignty was never ceded. The land that we now know as Paddington Ward have long been culturally and historically significant First Nations peoples across southeast Queensland as a place of gathering, ceremonies and connection. I am very fortunate to live near Brisbane, which means windy place. I am lucky to have created such beautiful friendships with First Nations people and learned more about their culture and healing. I was told the key culture elements of First Nations are space, place, country, community, and identity. I encourage all of us to think about these elements while we live, work, and connect on these stolen lands. First Nations peoples experience discrimination through systemic racism and ongoing colonisation, and I'm inspired by their courage, wisdom, and determination in the face of adversity. The Greens are committed to genuine consultation, truth-telling, treaty, and achieving justice for First Nations peoples. I reaffirm my personal commitment today and to amplifying the voices of First Nations people in this chamber. I'm a proud woman of colour of Australian Chinese heritage and have lived in Paddington Ward for decades, building lasting connections through community and environmental activism. Our community is passionate and diverse, and I thank you for you placing your trust in me faithfully to represent us. Know that I will always have your back, and I will strive to use this position to fight for a better life for all of us. I will be guided by you and by the fundamental tenet of the Queensland Greens in participatory democracy in decision-making, ecological sustainability, social justice and peace and non-violence. Throughout our campaign, I heard that the residents of Paddington Ward wanted a healthy, thriving, connected community where local arts, music and businesses shine. I heard feelings of frustrated residents being shut out of development decisions. Our community wants a genuine say in development and how we shape our neighbourhood. We listened and noted people wanted public and active transport that is safe, accessible, reliable, free, and that actually takes us where we need to go directly and frequently. I also heard stories of struggle and stress on our housing affordability. We must stop treating housing as a commodity and treat housing as a basic human right. We want housing to be affordable, which means capping rent increases and fixing a housing system that makes it easier for property investors to buy their 6th or 7th home than it is for a young family to buy their first. We want green space to be protected and for local government to be better prepared and mitigate against future climate disasters, particularly on flood-prone land. When they have to look at the current ridiculous proposal to build an Olympic stadium on Brisbane or install a light show on Mount Cootha, to know that we must remain vigilant against private interests and poor governance encroaching in our public parks and green space. Once lost, these places are unlikely to ever be recovered. My team had thousands of one-on-one conversations with local residents, and we reflected those in positive, bold, transformative policy platform, a platform that supports renters, connects our city, and takes care of our precious environment. Our vision is achievable. We only need to turn to other cities abroad for inspiration and see what is possible if we have our political leaders are willing to put people before profit. As a councillor for the Paddington Ward, I will advocate for these issues for a more equitable and sustainable approach where voices and concerns of the community are prioritised. Our campaign was one of the many across the city. We reached tens of thousands of Brisbane residents, and this election saw nearly 1 in 4 people, 23% of residents, choosing the Greens over the 2 major parties. I am so excited to work alongside the brilliant councillor for the Gabba ward, Trina Massey. In her first speech, Trina foretold this chamber was undergoing a shift that places everyday residents from diverse backgrounds into its halls. I am proud to be the next example of this shift and promise to promote future leaders like Trina and I in the same way that Trina has supported me. I also want to acknowledge the former councillor Jonathan Srinaganathan and recent mayoral candidate who shifted the conversation in Queensland politics for genuine positive change forever. Thank you for your energy and care, ongoing support and paving the way for all of us. This council election put the major parties and the corporate backers on notice. The communities of Meanjin deserve better and are ready to vote for it. Every single person who campaigned with us, every resident who took the time to engage and share your invaluable insights about our city, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. We are the experts of our own neighbourhoods and we deserve a greater say in our future. I'm also so proud of our Paddington community for the largely volunteer work that is already undertaken to take care of our creeks, parks, community gardens, and supporting vulnerable and marginalised people, protecting local amenity and character, and advocate for safer pedestrian active transport access. All these efforts reduce our carbon footprint and enhance our community health and well-being. This work is often unrecognised and is not motivated by profit. So is undervalued by our current social and political system. This system is corrupted by big corporations who donate millions of dollars to the major political parties in return for favourable policy outcomes that are worsening inequality and the impacts of climate change. This is an inherently unsustainable model, and our communities can see the threat that poses to public health and our democracy. To achieve genuine inclusiveness, climate action must tackle the interconnected challenges of societal health and equity. This entails amplifying the voices and needs of the most discriminated against and marginalised. It means creating a thriving society that improves the quality of life for everyone while safeguarding our natural world and around us. The Greens don't accept corporate donations like the 2 major parties. That sets us apart. Instead, we are the people-power driven movement. Our strength comes from the communities we represent. I vow to protect and enhance green space, advocate for affordable housing, and demand enough public infrastructure for our growing city. I will amplify the voices of those who have been shut out of decision-making and ensure the most marginalised have a seat at the table. Our humanity is our connection. Humanity is love, compassion, and being creative. If we act with humanity and care, we can respond to climate and social justice, which we so deserve, with the many crises we face now. To the Queensland Greens, my family, friends and supporters, thank you for your confidence and dedication. Know that you inspire me every day. To the residents of Paddington Ward, know that I am ready to show up and stand up for you every single day. Our shared passion for our community and its residents is what makes this ward such a special place to live. Let's create and shape a vibrant and healthy city together. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Aderman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Aderman, can you put your mic on, please?
Sorry, Chair. I'll start again. I rise to speak about an ongoing public transport issue in the western part of my ward. It seems the more things change with this state Labor government, the more they stay the same. Corona Downs residents for years have been crying out for a bus service to the CBD in lieu of the personalised public transport cab which takes them to Moggle Road to connect with the 444 service, only to be told by the government that they don't warrant it. It's little wonder Labor suffered an 18% swing away and lost the Ipswich West by-election across the river, but that's another matter. Chair, I had hoped, with the very smart decision by the Premier not to reappoint Mark Blowout Bailey as Transport Minister, that we might start to get some common sense rather than political decisions coming out of the Department of Transport and Main Roads. But it would appear not. Upon his appointment as the new Transport Minister last December, I wrote to Bart Mellish, congratulating him on his elevation to Cabinet and requested a review of Bailey's previous snubbing of this area in my ward. I reminded him that the reason these communities don't have access to a direct bus service to the Brisbane CBD was because the state government's service area for contracted public transport inexplicably doesn't include Corona Downs, Mount Crosby, Lake Manchester, Colo or Ansted. In 2022, I was the principal petitioner for a state government petition requesting an extension of the contracted public transport service area, which attracted 1,600 signatures. I told Minister Mellish that if he was able to review the decision, that Councillor Murphy and I would be more than happy to work with him to facilitate BCC delivery of this important service. But Chair, my hopes of a fresh approach under a new minister were dashed when Minister Mellish replied on the 27th of March saying his government had no plans to extend the existing service contract area or provide a bus to these suburbs. This is despite him admitting, and I quote, Corona Downs itself has an urban community along College Road with density levels similar to many suburban areas of Brisbane, unquote. Chair, I accept that I shouldn't have built my hopes up when it comes to this tired and inept state government. We on this side of the chamber know that the only way that Brisbane residents will see any change for the better is when Labor is swept from office this October. Bring it on. Hashtag show Labor the door in 24. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Griffith.
Not sure what to say after that, really. Someone's campaigning already. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just rise to speak about two items in general business. Firstly, I'd just like to acknowledge my colleague, Councillor Whitney. And the second thing I'd like to do is talk about the performance of PPI and PSO during last term, and that my hope that there will be a restructure of some sort to improve things there. It was interesting. I thought it was 74 years that Labor had held the seat down there. You were saying 72? So it must be our calculation. But I'd just like to acknowledge Alex Gibney and just say congratulations on your win as a new councillor. And I think you have a lot of work and a lot of community involvement down there. So I wish you all the best. But I am standing tonight here just to acknowledge that we all have been through a stressful time. I know we all find it very stressful going through election period. And Councillor Sarah Whitney stood up to replace Councillor Cunningham, and she's certainly a good colleague of mine. And I know that Councillor Whitney worked very hard for a community and worked very hard for the Labor Party. And I just want to acknowledge that and acknowledge the big effort she put in Wynnum Manly as well. I know Councillor Whitney was a very hard worker in a local community, had tried really hard to convince people that she was the right candidate for the job, and I'd like to thank her for her efforts in doing that for the Labor Party and for our team. And so I finalise by saying I wish you all the best as you go forward. Now I'd like to talk secondly about city standards. And as many of you know, I've been in this chamber now 21 years, almost 22 years. And I have to say that over the last couple of years, I have never seen city standards perform so poorly. And that would be the experience of a number of councillors on this side of the chamber. And I acknowledge the work of Councillor Marks, and now Councillor Sutton is taking over as well. And I hope that there can be, Councillor Sutton, sorry, what am I saying? Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, Sutton. Sorry about that. I know that I'm hoping that there can be some changes there because we've got many good staff in that area. And I know that it's led by, I believe, a good executive in Kristen Booth. So I'm hoping that, and he's come in since the restructure was put in place, but I and all of us need council to function well and need council to deliver well on the ground. And the restructure happened last term, and certainly I wasn't involved in any consultation with that restructure. I could have given some feedback about how things could have improved, and it's been really difficult to get results on the ground, has been my experience, whereas in the past it has not been as difficult. And what I observed is that services were cut on the ground. We're not dealing, I'm not dealing anymore with a team, I'm dealing with one person, and that one person is very good and very effective, but it makes a lot of information is going through one person about a very complex area of council, a very complex area that we all depend on. And what I think was a big loss when the restructure happened was we went to north and south side of the city, is that we're now dealing with one person instead of a team of people. And I'm just finding that makes it incredibly difficult to do. Certainly my staff and my office have lots of jobs that we put through council, and we're seeing a lot of repetition with those jobs in trying to get those jobs done, a lot of repetition in requests from the public to get those jobs done, and a lot of frustration. So I'd like to see, suppose I've seen or observed council become this fortress, this impenetrable fortress, and I've got one person I'm communicating with to try and deal with this massive organisation, and it's really hard to get change on the ground. And simple things like tree jobs become really, really difficult. I'll give an example of a tree job that shouldn't have been difficult, became really difficult. I was dealing with a visually impaired man who kept hitting his head against trees that have been trimmed to the right height. And we just time and time again, we kept getting told, relog the job with the call centre, relog the job with the call centre. Whereas what we used to have in the past was someone, a problem solver, we could go to who could solve that problem. Similarly, footpath seats, which you wouldn't think would be hard to manage for council. I've had 2 seats disappear from the front of Woolworths at Annerley. I've had 1 seat sit there in front of the Maruka Bowls Club for weeks now, waiting for, in a deconstructed state, waiting for it to be removed. And I've had another seat for a visually impaired person that I haven't been able to get. And those jobs, some of those jobs have been going on now for 18 months. And it's just, I can't tell you how frustrating it is, not just for me, but for residents. I suppose the inkling to this happening was the 2022 floods, when we just couldn't get staff on the ground and we couldn't see people on the ground because we'd moved to a north side, south side model, and we'd lost so much expertise in the south region and so much knowledge about how we flooded around Rockley and Archfield and Acacia Ridge and so forth. So what I'm saying to Councillor Hutton is that I'm happy to work and provide feedback to you. I think I'd like to see the regions come back. I'd like to see what the regions did. It had localised experience and relationships and knowledge that were really good, and particularly in times of difficulty. I'd like to see the reappointment of a tree manager that we can go to for complex jobs rather than have to go to an executive. And I'd like to see staff put on the ground again. And also one of the big issues for staff is their cars were taken off them, their vehicles taken off them. And these are frontline staff. These aren't executive staff, these are frontline staff doing frontline work. And I think that was a real kick in the guts for many staff. So I'm hoping the discussion's there. I'm hoping that I can contribute positively, because I really think some of these services can be improved. I don't know if we need to. We've got a $500 million spend on this, so I'm hoping we can get some better results with that money spent. That's my hope, and I think that will deliver better for residents of Brisbane and residents of our city. Thank you.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on two items. The first one being Kangaroo Point Public Transport. I'd like to begin by thanking Councillor Murphy for his attendance to the Kangaroo Point Neighbourhood Watch. A couple of weeks back, we're talking about 60 to 70 frustrated residents. But I would like to thank his attendance, and how I appreciated his time with that frustrated local area. So thank you, Councillor Murphy, Chair of Transportation, for being there and available for that. I do appreciate it. Some of the things that I'll speak about in general about Kangaroo Point Public Transport, I know Councillor Murphy would be across, but I did want to share them in general business. The first one, of course, being the fact that the 27 bus, now that the Dockside Ferry has been completed, again, which is welcome, is no longer in function. This started on the 15th of April. That morning, I was actually at that bus stop in Kangaroo Point from about 7:30 a.m. to about 9 a.m. speaking to residents and making sure that they were aware that the 27 bus had stopped functioning. Interestingly enough, there were a few people that were really unaware. A lot of people were actually very concerned and did not understand why the 27 had been discontinued. Of course, I explained the history behind it. But I also think more worryingly, I watched between that time frame when the 234, which is the only other bus that goes to Kangaroo Point, ran late for 3 times. And I watched as anywhere between 30 to 40 residents who were on the way to work begin to start worrying and panicking about whether they would get there on time. And I mean, of course, this is a concern about the 234, as it is the only bus route. And the reason why I say it is the only bus route is, of course, the challenges that we are facing with the Dockside Ferry Terminal, even though it is newly built and welcome. Shout out to Kangaroo Point Action Group, Public Transport Action Group. I know this is one of the things that you worked really hard on, and I really appreciate the work that you did on it. But that ferry terminal, of course, is not accommodating city cats. Well, it accommodates it, but the city cats aren't stopping there. This continues to be a challenge because while Mulberry Park is now being upgraded, the city cat stop has not been replaced. And so in the interim, and potentially for about 9 to 10 months, there's a reduction in amenity, not only for the residents in Kangaroo Point, but in Morningside, and also East Brisbane that will not have access to a nearby ferry terminal. For the people in Kangaroo Point, the closest one is in South Bank, meaning that the bus is the most reliable form of public transport for them, and unfortunately, the 234 is unreliable. I think it's important to place these challenges. Let me reiterate, the Cross River, the kitty cats are stopping at Dockside. Because they are free for tourism, residents have found very often that they're actually not able to get on board, which again is a challenge when people are trying to use these ferries to commute back and forth from work. I place these here in general business. I know that the community is very frustrated, some might say angry. I do place them in general business because I do acknowledge that community and that I will be continuing to work with them and hopefully work with you, Chair of Transport, and also, of course, lobbying, my God, it's getting late, lobbying the State Government Minister for Transportation, MP Bart Mellish, also to increase the opportunities for public transport and uptake. We know that Kangaroo Point has a higher density than New York, and yet no one can get out without a car. And that's an issue for these residents, especially as new developments are coming in and increasing density. All we want to see is give good public transport options to the residents of Kangaroo Point. I acknowledge your frustrations and I will keep working on them, hopefully also with the support of the Chair. Thank you.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that the motion currently laying on the table regarding the voluntary home buyback scheme be taken off the table.
Seconder.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Davis and seconded by Councillor Dixon that the motion from the 21st of November 2023 be taken off the table. This is a procedural motion, so I now put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye, and those against... Sorry, I was speeding along. All those in favour say aye. Aye. and those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. So then on to that. Yep. Thank you. We'll just distribute that. The motion from 21 November 2023 has been taken off the table. I will restate the motion for the chamber while it is being redistributed to councillors. The motion read, the Brisbane City Council re-establishes a flood buyback scheme as part of the 2024-25 council budget to provide ongoing flood buyback following the conclusion of the state and federal government scheme in 2023. Councillors who have already spoken are Councillor Johnston and Councillor Wolfe. Debate now resumes from where it left on the 21st of November 2023. Is there any further debate? Councillor Davis.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, at the recent council election we made a range of commitments that relate to the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, and all of those commitments will be delivered in the coming term's budget. Thank you.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, I'd just like to rise and speak to this motion. I was just outside the room. The purpose of this motion was that for those of us who have areas that have been impacted by flooding, that there are a number of homes now left that are isolated in streets that have been brought back. And the idea with re-establishing the flood buyback scheme was that my understanding is the federal and state money has been used up, but it could be, I think it's wise for us as a council to go and be able to offer those people buyback so that we can clear the land, the flood-prone land of these homes. So I think it's about a proactive buyback, of course, of flood-prone properties that have been left isolated because of because of the state and federal buyback scheme. So I'm rising to seek, and Councillor Johnston and I both have large areas, particularly in Rockley and Oxley, where there are now homes isolated in parts of our suburbs that have council services that I believe it's a waste of money providing those services to those homes. If we could close those streets off, then we're acknowledging that it's always going to flood there. It's never going to be appropriate to raise those homes to such a height that people can't enter them. It's not safe to do so. That those homes, that land is better off being off the market. I think it then tidies up the land and enables us to invest in areas where people can live without flooding impacting them all the time. Thank you.
Is there any further debate? Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, just briefly, I noting what Councillor Davis said, that the LNP made, she wasn't even speaking specifically to this motion, she just said that the LNP made commitments in regards to Program 3, basically, and they will be implemented in the budget. So I presume we'll find out what their position is when this goes to the vote now. But Councillor Davis didn't speak about the administration's position on flood buybacks at all. I know this is something that Councillor Griffiths has pursued for some time. I have, for the first time in 2020, after the 2022 floods, had homes in the ward I represent purchased under that program because they had at that point been flooded several times. So a number of them in the border of Boondall and Zilmia have now been demolished and sit as open space at the moment. And I know there were other people that were seeking to be part of this program but weren't able to be both in the previous council program and the current one as well. So it is an important issue, and I would imagine that people who are either listening along or expect councillors to put forward their positions, their well thought out positions forward during debate as to whether they will be supporting or won't be supporting this and for what reason. We presume after I finish speaking we'll have the LNP vote one way or the other, and then that'll be it. That's all the explanation we get tonight from Councillor Davis as to why the LNP are supporting this and for what reason and what those commitments were, or why they're not. And so I think it's a bit disappointing that this is how Councillor Davis is seeking to start this term in terms of managing the Program 3 area in terms of our natural spaces, flood mitigation, flood buybacks. That's how she intends to carry out her work as a chair. Is a little disappointing if this is to what we're going to expect over the next 4 years from that chair.
Is there any further debate? Councillor Collier.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just further to Councillor Cassidy's comments, I think that the way that this has been handled is, just sums up the arrogance of, this LNP council who has a huge majority where they don't actually genuinely want to debate the issue at hand and instead are very happy to, this is a motion from last year and the political strategy is to just leave them lying on the table, and then when they think that no one's listening, take it off and use the huge majority to vote it down instead of engaging in a genuine actual debate. And we heard that earlier today, they're not accepting any form of urgency motions and shutting debate on those down. And now today, I think it's a very disappointing outcome for the person who is the chair responsible to get up and just say, oh, well, we'll think about it. Why wouldn't you say that at the time that this was debated and use your majority to shut it down then? So it just further proves the point that everything that this LNP council does is an afterthought. There's no forward planning whatsoever. And for something as important as re-establishing a flood buyback scheme and giving residents certainty that in the most challenging of natural disasters, which we know Brisbane will, the unfortunate reality is due to climate change, we will face them again. This LNP council just goes, no, we're not going to talk about that today. So when are you going to talk about it? Or any day? That's absolutely right, Councillor Massey. So very disappointed in the way that this motion has been, I guess I would say debated, but it's not really a debate when you just shut it down. Let's have the discussion, let's be respectful, and let's hear different point of views. Don't shut down debate and don't try to silence other councillors. And I note that the original mover of this motion is not even here to sum up. It's pretty low.
Is there any further debate? Councillor Strong.
Yes, I'd also like to say a couple of things in regards to the motion. And of course, as Councillor Collier said, the mover, and I wonder if the mover was actually here, whether it would have been taken off the table. Yeah. Right. Anyways, the other thing that occurs to me that the Labor federal government and the Labor state government put a lot of money into this buyback scheme. And I just wonder, and I can't really remember, and maybe one of my colleagues on the other side will get up and tell us, how much money did actually Brisbane City Council invest in this scheme? I know you undertook a lot of work, but I think the money came from the federal and/or the state government. So the commitment to this buyback scheme, I just don't think the Brisbane City Council was really wanting to stump up any real money for this buyback scheme, and they just left it to the willingness and the commitment from the federal Labor government and the state Labor government, because that's what Labor does. They look after people. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'll talk about this briefly, and I'll just talk about the fact that, you know, in my ward, obviously in West End, the major flooding, not only from 2011, 2022, but also just generally when it rains a lot, there's flooding within areas of the ward. And when we talk about the flood buyback scheme, we're not talking about just this thing that exists in the corner. This is something that really concerns people's lives. When people's houses flood, this is a major disturbance, and not only a major disturbance, but can be absolutely devastating, not only to the destruction of their own property, but also to the loss of memories, to the loss of so much that builds a person's home, whether they're renting or they're owning. And so this isn't some sort of unexisting theory that exists over here. It is actually something about people's lives and residents across the city. I know I'm not the only councillor of a ward where people have been flooded and not only were a part of a buyback scheme, but also have hoped to be a part of a buyback scheme in the future. I know that I visited a house that had been rejected multiple times from the buyback scheme on Ryan Street. The next door house had been bought back, and they brought me straight to the backyard where there was literally a drainage device for that whole area, which would pump, when it flooded in 2022, pumped out fountains of water into their house. And so their flood line isn't 2 metres, it's not 1 metre, it's not 3 metres. It's actually 8.5 metres, right, in their house. And they were rejected for the buyback scheme. And so why I'm mentioning these things is because these are people's real lives. And here we are, without the councillor that had moved the motion, not being told any sort of information if there was a position in any way, and I'm sure shortly we'll find out how the administration would vote. But it just touches me in an unfortunate way that it kind of demonstrates how we are treating this in council as just administrative and bureaucratic, when in reality this is about people's lives. And we're just using this as an opportunity to get this undebated, that wasn't debated in the time on 14th of November, that's not going to be properly debated here, just moved and dealt with. And I think that's a real shame. You know, we are at the first council meeting of 2024. Our term will go to 2028. It's a sad state of affairs in local politics when we treat people's lives as administration.
Are there any further speakers?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Adams.
As one of the councillors who's been here for the longest time now, except for Councillor Griffiths, of course, who's nearly hitting 21 years, he would remember very, very clearly that we had a buyback program for many, many years, particularly after 2011, and we got to exhaustion on that buyback program. There is definitely some houses that are isolated now from people that didn't want to buy when we had the buyback program. The recent buyback programs were delivered by the federal and the state government, and either every one of those that are qualified were bought, or they didn't qualify, or they didn't want to sell. So what we have before us is the conclusion of a state government funding program and a consideration now that we have the new administration for budget development, which is why it's off the table. And we, as Councillor Stacey Davis made very clear, it is now a budget development decision. Thank you, Mrs. Chair.
Is there any further debate? I will now put the motion. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Is there any further general business?
Division.
Sorry. Division has been called by Councillor Adams and seconded by Councillor Hutton. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. Yes, please, ring the bells. Clerks, please read the result.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 17 against.
The motion is lost.
17 against.
Is there any further general business? As there is no further business, I declare the meeting closed.
Thank you.